Let's just go live. Just more. We're here. This is first time no music intro.
Right.
I don't think we ever did a no music intro before.
The frustration is bothering me right now. You know, I usually listening to the music. It soothes me, calms me down. But right now, I don't want to be calm. I don't want to be calm right now. People talking crazy, man.
Crazy.
Talking crazy.
We'll wait to see who shows up, We'll wait to see who shows up because I know there was two of them. There was two of them that I left.
The link.
No, I left things on comments because they like to come and comment, but not come on the live. So there was one dude named Legendary Top Cats, some indigenous guy.
The Top Cat guy.
Yeah, Top Cat guy. Salam Alaikum guy.
Top Cat. Ain't that the name of a like one of those construction things they be digging in the dirt with? Well, that's a bobcat. A bobcat. Top Cat, bobcat. It's all that's the same to me.
It's crazy though. It's crazy that when you Google Top Cat, fucking cartoon comes up.
Yeah, see?
Cartoon comes up when you label Top Cat. Oh, there's Salam Alaikum. Let's see if he pushes the link. He probably won't though, because you know how these guys do.
Yo, remember Casper?
Yo, Casper. Casper was one of Artie's main freaking debaters.
Artie?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Casper, bro. Casper. That's
the guy who we frown upon him.
Yeah, that's the guy who is the number one debater guy for Artie. Tripping.
But Artie, see that's like two people in the special classroom with helmets on arguing. Like, what part of the game is that? Like, y'all better break that up before they hurt each other.
Hear this guy. You caught me at the wrong time. I'm changing my oil. Oh boy.
But you clicked on the link. You clicked the YouTube and came on here. Like, you shouldn't have time to do any of that if you're changing your oil.
Right? Tell him again. Tell him
how you find time to click the live button, listen to Canaanland Moorish, but but you don't got time to come on the thing because now all of a sudden you changing your oil. You wasn't changing your oil 2 seconds ago?
Nah, you wasn't.
See the games they be playing, Grand Sheet?
You already know, fam. You already know.
This the Morisco. These are every time, all these sellouts remind me of the dude who sold Granada and his mom spit on him.
Yep. Boab deal. Bunch of Boab deals.
Like if we give this information to your mom and break it down to her and she completely understands what we're saying, and then she hears you talking crazy like that, she gonna spit on you. She gonna spit on you like, why are you still saying that? You didn't hear what they just said? Your own mother.
Changing his oil.
Changing his oil. We talking about uplifting fallen humanity. We in a horrible situation as a people, and he can't, to me, if you're in it to help the people, which is a dire need, like that's the number one objective, is for us to get out of this problem. And for you to be like, oh, I can't go on there, right? Like, because you got a problem against Moors, so you should have a solution. So come on here, let us have a solution so we can save humanity. He don't have time. Why? He got to change his oil. He can't save humanity. What was he doing? He was changing his oil. They were changing their oil.
And then when we're live, they're busy.
Yep.
All day. Oh yeah, let me just pull up this thing. All day they're out here in the chat, and then in the comments. All right, let's see. Let's see where they're at. Top Cats. When I catch you live, your food. I'm going live in 20 minutes. I bet you won't bring whoever you want and have your pseudo sources. We're here right now, Top Cats. Where you at? That's the question. That's the question.
They get on there lying.
Right? And 54 minutes ago, this Salam Alaikum asked Canaanland Moors, when are you going live? We're live now. Oh, I'm changing my oil.
Dang.
Oh, here's his issues. We might as well read his issues out. Here's his issues. Are they even on here? Because a lot of these people, I just mute their comments and shit. Because I'm really not interested. Really not.
Oh, they was talking crazy on Brother Jamal's joint.
Yeah. Here's Top Cats. Top Cats never got muted yet, but Salam Alaikum, he got muted already. He talks. He talks crazy. So if he's.
Is Top Cat the guy you was rephrase that. Is Top Cat the guy that you posted earlier?
Oh no, that was another
Okay.
Aboriginal. Yeah, that was another guy. All these dudes playing. They're not serious.
Well, I didn't want to call it a debate.
Oh,
I almost a debate.
Oh yeah.
It's not a debate.
Salem, your device is not connecting. Get out the basement and go to higher ground so you can get some service. Your device is not connecting, Salam.
You gotta buy that Wi-Fi extension. You gotta get one of them. Put it in the basement with you.
You gotta get the cord.
Yeah.
Plug in right to your phone so you can have service. Salem, try again, because we're not getting anything. Hit that link again. Anybody else? Any other trolls out there? There's the link. You guys talk hella BS in the comments. And then when it's
your boy.
Live, everybody's MIA.
Yep. Every time. And then when they come on here, it be a lot of just colorable talk. Just colored. Opinionated. You Moors this, that's an opinion. Just state the facts to the contrary. Don't come on here mad. State some facts.
Straight up.
And your fact can't be colored. Because when we go look up the definition of that word, and it's not adding up to what your sentence is applying it to be, it's colored. Mm-hmm. It's colored. It's colored. It doesn't matter. It's colored. So don't come on here speaking colored. Because then that's when, you Moors. No.
And all this stuff.
When they never looked up the word semantics, that's what the whole thing is about, is semantics. Mm-hmm. But they never looked at the word.
Looked it up, so they don't know. They never looked it up, so they don't know. Talking to Moor is crazy.
It's like my aunt, when I was little, I'd be like, oh, my back hurt. She's like, you ain't got no back, boy. You got a gristle.
This is that BS that we're talking about. Look, this is that BS that we're talking about, right? This is that BS that we're talking about. Look at this BS right here. All right, look at this BS, right? Remember, he came on our stuff. He came on our stuff. But then when we go on his stuff, he's talking about he's going live at 12:30. He's going live at 12:30. Just come on this one right here, right now. What are you going live at 12:30 for?
Is this the oil changing guy? Or it's
No, this is the legendary Top Cats guy.
Okay.
Because he has his thing set up talking about, he's gonna be live. Let's see his chat.
We the only ones waiting.
Why not just be on our live? We are waiting for you.
That's gonna be deleted by the time he go live.
And I know you're getting these messages.
Just like Artie. Artie deleted all my messages, Grand Sheik. All of them.
Delete your where's the smoke BS and just get on our stuff. Stop playing.
Talking colors already. Where is the smoke?
I know you got those messages.
Indian talk.
I know you got those messages in the chat. Yeah, there's the link. And we don't want anybody but trolls on here today. So if we don't bring you on, don't be offended. But it's just that it's troll day. So everybody go to Top Cats and leave a message in his chat that he needs to come over here to Canaanland more. Stop playing. It's 12:22. It's 12:22. All you got to do is push the link. That's all. You're not asking for much. You're gonna go make up stuff that you're going live. Well, we're live already. Why don't you just get on here? What do you want us to get off of this to go on yours? For what? Why are we doing that? Why don't you just get on this right now? And if you want to upload it after to your stuff, download it. YouTube to MP4 converter, download it and upload it to your thing to show your scholarly whatever. You don't have to be live on your thing.
Want to give it a try?
We're here already. We might as well. Huh? Yeah, it's real.
Oh yeah. The video you posted earlier, man. I don't know when you want to build on that, but I got questions on that.
For the one with the back and forth talker guy?
Yeah, but is he from the so-called island?
Yeah, he's definitely from an island. That's for sure. That's for like sure. That. For sure.
Right, I can hear the accent, like, yeah. And then I didn't get to hear the part like if he ever answered who he was. What was he? Is he riding with the Indian crap?
Yeah, he's with we're everybody but Moors. He's not gonna say he's a Moor. He'll say he's whatever else he is. But to say that he's a Moor.
Yeah, that's a new category right there. We're everything else but Moors.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, before we do that, we'll just do this just to get our blood flowing. We'll do this just to get our blood flowing. Might as well.
Brother Munir trying to get on this, he said.
Before books end. Canaanland Moors presents Comment.
Time for your boy.
Legendary, bury me in the North Case Cemetery, February the 4th day, son of Mary, day ahead of my born day, independence alarm me, civil little lost case, with case laws, we break them down like Jericho, keeping all my lions tamed, I'm Chris Jericho, I'll keep a mask on deck, I'm Rey Mysterio, fake pandemics announced over the radio, annoyed with the game, the joys and the pains, I'm rock face, mix it with rock the hard way, I was in the lost state, Prophets get me up right, brought me to a lost gate. Cooking like I'm Saute, rapping like I'm Denzel. Malcolm X, deja vu, Roman J, Israel. And over through I lay in plain sight, but people still can't see it. So the snake's still showing up, stakes still high, so the race still going up. Warriors of the North Gate, we not slowing up. Born in the manger, sworn to be savior. Walk through the valley of the shadows of the death, living slavery. Looking for life, the book of Genesis. Astral plane entrances, invoke the nemesis. Abstract images of past lives kicking in. Danger, running for your life. Finishing.
Key man, oracle. Using trinity powers, decipher allegorical. Lost in metaphorical. Holy books are metaphysic. Facts like a dirty more or a Drew Ali critic. Calling him Thomas or Walter and get your face caved. Or cut like a close shave. Drowned in my brainwaves. Squash my heat waves. Activating Kundalini. Abyssinia invaded by Mussolini. Selassie I in exile. Reptile in Genesis. Niggas appearing real. All I see is false evidence. They are feminists. Stomped on by elephants. More like a prejudice but want Moorish benefits. When you feel the cold magnetic resonance. Apis horns of the sacred book all maleficent. Great cosmic mothers. Return to blessedness. No pestilence. Ace all the testaments. Tap into remembrance. Never to forget again. Use energy right. Not put spell effects on men. Wandering the earth plane with no daily shades. Keeps you a mental slave as the horizon fades. It's been decades since Christian crusades. Not enough rebellions. Too many vigil bouquets. Holding on to the fence. Burning on doomsday. War ruled by Mars. It might be on a Tuesday.
Canaanland Moors presents Common Sense Quick. What we do here is add some common sense thinking to everyday situations or comments that may arise. Want to give it a try?
I dare you.
Somebody tried, but they left. I don't know what happened. I just messaged you in the private chat. I see you. What does I see you mean? I see you mean the back thing. Sit there and wait until the music's done because your ass is late. So we decide to play music because you're late. Now you're talking about rushing. You're not gonna rush us now. You're late. Been sending me messages. So Top Cats. So I know you're out there. Push the link again. Just so it's convenient for you. We don't want to hear any excuses from any of you people. Zero. No excuses. Don't tell me you're going to go live. Razin, I don't know who you are, but nobody else ever in 10 years complained about the music. No one. Here you come. Complaining. What are you complaining about? Why don't you put 200 in the PayPal so you could buy some speakers so you could hear the music properly? culturaleducators@gmail.com. Don't talk BS about the music's too loud. How about buy us everything that we need so this sounds perfect for your listening? You're not going to donate anything for us to do that? Then you deal with the laptop speaker just like everybody else who's been dealing with it for the past 10 years. Because we already told you that conjunction stuff is over. It's done. I don't care what you're repping. I mean, only person who gets the pass is bloodline. Nobody else gets passes. I don't care what you're repping. Only person who could talk about they love Jesus is Mondukes, Pops, Auntie whoever, Uncle whoever. The only people getting passes. Everybody else, pass nothing. No passes for any of you people. Let's see what the hell's going on over here. You know these dudes be tripping hard. Look. playing music. Look. Look.
Where did they get that from?
Yeah.
They took those styles, man.
And let's just go check. Let's just verify because we don't want to, you know. Let's just go to the about and see when they joined. 2018. 2018, guy. Is 300,000 views talking crazy. Really?
Yeah, Lil Yusuf was out before him.
What is YouTube? Let's go watch Lil Yusuf right now. Forget these guys. Let me search it. What's the page?
What was it? What was how to man, I think it's how to make a ninja star or something like that. Yusuf Mahan L, how to make a ninja star. Put his title. I think it's Yusuf. I know it's on the Yusuf Mahan. Yep. A. Yep. L. Yep. Look at him.
Go watch this for our intro. Forget these guys.
Look at my baby. He was so little then. I had the worst speaker then. You ain't gonna be able to hear that at all. I had no donations, nothing. You ain't gonna be able to hear that.
Let's see. Let's go check. Let's go check. Let's give us subscribe. Let's go check. 2017. Get the hell out of here. That's what you got to be. You
gotta go get where's your ninja star? Start off there. Where's your ninja star?
Where's your ninja star? Where's your ninja star? You don't got a ninja star? You're not debating no Moors out here. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Where's he at?
Yeah. And that is a fact. Little Yusuf was out before you. Yes, that's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Fact. That's a fact. It's not an opinion. Not an opinion. Yeah. Hey, what are they talking about? Let's check all these people right now. Let's check them right now.
All right.
Let's see what's going
Yeah,
on.
man. I just, you know what I'm saying? The nigga talking like he wanted some smoke, right? He over there trying to beat up a little white boy, a white boy out of Morocco. He over there hitting nigga with all type of misinformation. Talking about they been around 250 years. You can turn it on, baby. Yeah, you got the remote. Yeah, over there talking about 250,000 years ago, African Moors left Africa and came to America. Bro, I'm finna go over there and bleed this nigga, man. And so I pull up on him. I tell him, hey, homie, I'm about to go live. So I told him, when I catch you live, nigga, you fool. And so I say, hey, I'm about to go live and pull up on me. So tell me why they hurry up and go live. I put a 30-minute window on it. They hurry up and go live. Tell my top cats, come over here. Boy, people be so scared. People be so scared. If that ain't no aboriginal power type of stuff right there, niggas will not leave their channels. They want me to go over there, though. I got to go to everybody else's channel, but ain't nobody going to come over here.
Yeah, we're on you right now.
Everybody ain't going to come over here. Nigga Canaanland.
We'll just be in
Canaanland,
your
hold on, I'm
chat.
about to give you a link if I'm lying. If I'm lying, I'm about to give you a link.
We already did that with
And
you and
don't
you
make
ran
me
away.
go to your video and pull up the messages. Don't make me go to your video and pull up the messages. Candyland, don't make me go to your video and pull up the messages. Now, just like AP got out here talking about the emails, I had to pull the emails up on him to show y'all these niggas are cap. Canaanland, if we go to your emails, boy, I go to your email right now, boy. I go to your email, boy, I pulled up on you and told you.
Now again, right?
I can't believe I have to listen
We
to that.
want to be clear. We want to be clear. We want to be very, absolutely, positively clear. We have nothing to do with legendary Top Cats guy. I don't even know who this guy is. First of all, right? Heard him getting slapped up by Autochthonous L, who these people call A1, and we know A1 is steak sauce and all that stuff, and they're calling people steak sauce, but they would never call them by their free national name, Ahanu L. You're gonna tell me about Autochthonous ones and all this? F that. Ahanu L.
Islam Moor.
Beating up on these Aboriginal indigenous clowns on their own chat. That's why we don't have to go on there, because there's already a Moor on you guys' chat beating you guys' ass with Moorish history, beating you on your own platforms with Moorish history. So when Top Cats and people like this pop up, who they have their little 2,000 views or whatever, we are YouTube page for 10 years, and these people are talking about we're clout chasing something. What are you talking about? What are we clout chasing? And also all the trader sellouts that are in their chat boosting these people. The 2,000 views or whatever that they got, we're clowning all of these people. Bunch of Top Cats. You know, Top Cats is a cartoon. A cartoon cat is Top Cat. Just go look it up. Google Top Cat right now. Tell me what's the first thing that comes up. Not some Aboriginal, indigenous, or whatever. Not some Aboriginal, indigenous, whatever. Some cartoon cat is coming up. You find me something else called Canaanland Moors. Find me something else. Find me something that you could point out and say, oh, that says Canaan, but that has nothing to do. Yeah, you can't find anything. Because this is about birthright. We've been Moors before YouTube pages. We've been Moors before Facebook and IG pages. We were Moors before that. And people are gonna think that they're gonna be able to not get it from us because they want to play games. But like we said, we can call up little Yusuf to debate these people. Guarantee you, Yusuf will school these people right here.
Easy.
Matter of fact, any more out there who they've been teaching their child about nationality and birthrights will bring up any one of them children to debate any of these YouTube scholar people, and guarantee you they're gonna get smoked if they call about who wants smoke and where's smoke or whatever. Some children Moors will smoke you people. We told you that December 21st was about unity. Because the universe was uniting. It's time for us to come together. Now, you people want to play games and debate Moors? F all you people. You're not down with what Moors are saying? Just like how Brother Jamal's he didn't go to him. Palestinian guy went to him, the Moor. Like, hey, I see you guys doing Moor stuff. What is this? He didn't have any debate. He didn't have any issues with anything. He's being told by a Moor, hey, you know what? There's no such thing as black people because we're actually Moors. Well, I'm in Morocco, so does that mean I'm a Moor? Yeah, you're a Moor too. You're just not in America. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. No debating. What are these people doing? Want to debate. Want to debate the Moors instead of unify so we could get some stuff done. Instead of unify so we can get some stuff done. They want to play games. With it doesn't matter what we call ourselves. We can call ourselves anything. No, you can't. You can only call yourself anything in your little nigger circles. Outside of your nigger circle, you don't want to be classified as what you're claiming that you are. Guarantee you that. Because these people don't play games with Negro, black, colored people. Islam, brother Yusuf.
Islam. I'm just listening to you, Great Sheik. You know, Brother Kush, I love Brother Kush, man. Brother Kush is ripping stuff right now. Ripping stuff. Because it was the same stuff you're saying right now. Moore's been saying this, man. Then you got these Johnny come latelys.
Yep.
Still saying the same stuff. He said Candyland. I said, dang, I haven't heard that in about 5-6 years or something like that. I'm like, that's so corny and old. Like, these people, because it's just the same thing, repetitive. But it just seems like at least years ago, they talked better. Like this guy, he just talking ignorant the whole time. I'm like,
the nigger, he does nigger with a turban on. Yeah.
I'm like, what's going on? I pulled up on him. I'm like, oh my goodness. Why they talk like that for real? This is supposed to be the guy who's supposed to prove that the Moors are wrong, and like, how does this work?
This guy doesn't even have a paper star. You want to debate Moors?
I'd rather listen to Seti yell. I'd rather listen to him yell. You know what I mean? I'm like, at least he didn't talk. He just was yelling. He didn't talk ignorant. You know, he would just yell. You know what I mean? He wasn't. I'll be like, okay. I can hear you, but this guy right here, I'm like, man, when are we gonna say something? Say something. Oh, he just went straight loving hip hop, straight Hollywood basketball wives. He just went straight there. No scholarship, nothing.
We'll even put the link in your chat, legendary Top Cats. Anybody over there who's talking crazy, push the link since you're playing games. And don't say that you ever saw this one before. You never saw anybody do this one. Never. Somebody trying to go live talking crazy and we're on their chat. Nothing to debate. All they want to do is go in the damn comments and try to get people's attention with dumb stuff.
Telling you,
not even dealing with what you're supposed to be about. Talking about you have a right to self-identify so we could say that we're whatever. No, you can't. That's only in your little nigger powwow circle. That's the only place that you do that. You're not going to be out here in the real world talking to people in the world and they're riding with your Indians. They're not riding with that. You people are fraud if you're talking like that. Just like the people who are black and saying that they're fraud. Because everybody knows that the Aborigines are from Australia. Everybody knows that. You know, Aborigines from over here.
Yeah, that's not known.
Aborigines, where Aboriginal comes from, applies to the Australian native population.
Everybody knows that. Everybody know. You were going through school, growing up. That's what you knew that. You just knew that. Like, oh, they talking about them people in Australia. As soon as that come up.
See, let's check and see if he's talking crazy about Moors.
I hear Be the Power. We'll use Be the Power. I went over there on Be the Power, and they was talking more shit than a little bit. You understand me? When I got up there though, I ain't even running over back over here. These niggas talking about Top Cat ain't got no fades. Bro, I just beat up 5 niggas.
Right?
I don't hear a dollar thing yet.
Nothing. Hollering. Well, we haven't all that stuff you are talking crazy about Moors. Bring that stuff up. All you got to remember is that we've done everything else and nothing worked. The black stuff didn't work. The Kemetic stuff didn't work. The Rastafarian stuff didn't work. Black power stuff didn't work. Indian stuff didn't work. You name it, didn't work.
You name it.
Didn't work. Why is it so hard to be honest? Right? And then they place you in timeout in their chat.
Yo, you saw that live.
This is why our people are where they're at. Moors aren't where our people are at. Because we already know man is mind. So I don't know what you're talking about, earth plane and all that stuff. I don't care what is going on here. But you don't get caught up in it. Hey, do your thing. Man is mind. We've been learned that. We know that this is beyond some nationality and all that stuff. Duh.
They say it in the dictionary. Man is mind. It says that.
But being that we are on the earth plane, you better be governed by natural law. Because you're on the earth plane. You're on the earth plane. This is not some show. This is not some broadcast and all that. Me and Yusuf could do this on the phone. We don't got to be on here. This is what we do on the phone. Right? Any of these other Moors that if we recorded every conversation we had with Moors, this is life. This is not something stopping because this thing's going on out there and then this is stopping because, no, this is life. This is all the time.
All the time.
We're Moors getting out the shower or going on a plantation. We're Moors. With free have a mansion or living under a bridge. We're Moors. There's no question. Again, all these individuals, all of them, if they don't have a foundation of nationality, they are not about where it's supposed to be at. I'm not saying anybody. We put the thing in their chat, put it in our chat. This is an open platform. Anybody could be on this. If you have 5 followers and I have 10, why wouldn't you bring your 5 to my 10? We're not begging anybody to subscribe or something like that. We don't need your subscription. This is not about subscribes and likes or whatever. We don't care if you come on here and watch for 10 years and never subscribe. I don't care. Did you learn something? Oh, you learned something? Oh, all right. Excellent. That's what's up. That's what's up. I don't care if you like or hit the thumbs up or whatever. I don't care if I get a heart or not. Do you get the message? Right. And all these are people saying they have an issue with Moors. Well, we're Moors. Here we are. Where's your issues? What's your issues? So you're leaving stuff in comments as if you got issues. Right? You can't even push the link properly and connect to make a point. You're so incompetent, you can't even do that. But you're leaving books in comments. Pages of stuff as if I read anything. Not reading your stuff in a comment. When phone number's right there, you could just call. If it's really such an issue. All these people debating Moors I'm talking about, not just this clown. All of them. Anybody who has an issue with Moors. Our number's been up there 10 years. Numbers change, all that. Emails still there. Not saying nothing. You're just going on. You're just going to go live and talk crazy and not defend anything. All these people, all these Aboriginal, indigenous, whoever, you ask them, hey, let me see your identification, prove to me who you are. They don't give you a license. They give you some Indian card that came from some U.S. democracy, Canada democracy. They're going to give you something from the enemy as their identification. They're not going to show you your own stuff or their own stuff. They're going to show you something they got from a foreigner. They're going to show you some DNA tests some foreigner did. So now, oh yeah, now that proves it. You know these people are playing games. The link isn't working. How's the link? How's the link not working when this Moor just pushed the damn link and it freaking came on? What do you mean the link's not working? You need to stop playing games, huh? Then you need to stop playing games. The link's not working. When the Moor just pushed the thing and it worked, how's the link not working? And again, we'll tell them. Right. And not put in timeout by moderator, put in timeout by the owner. Right. All of them, nothing to say.
I hear you. Follow the rejection.
Oh, no worries,
Islam on.
Islam.
All right. I'll be in the background listening.
Yeah, Moor. Appreciate you.
All right. Islam.
Oh, so it does work. Islam, Moor.
I'm Yusuf. How you been?
I'm doing well. Islam, Moor. These people out here lying, acting like green sheep.
They be lying.
Like the equipment don't work.
No, they be lying all day.
This man's been dodging green sheep for 45 minutes. It's been 45 minutes. and he's still playing games. He still got every excuse. 45 minutes. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Links not working. Links not working? You're trying to get on? What do you mean trying? So all of a sudden, you could jump on the thing, talk crazy in the chat all night, and now time to go live, stuff's not working. All right. Even though the Moor's halfway across the planet, and he got onto the thing. What are you talking about?
Sound like this. Sound like this.
It ain't working.
I'm getting sick and tired listening to the Los Indios or like these damn clowns playing games with the people. With nationalities order of the day. So no time for playing. All right.
Like we're saying, don't be looking at us. Because you can't say that it's us. Right? Now look at it right there. Devices not connected. Why is it saying that for? Devices not connected. How is that us? How does that have to something to do with us? The hell's wrong with you people? You high? What do you mean? My mom could use this shit. Just push the button. It's not that serious. If the stuff's not working, then what do you mean? We're doing something. Please.
That's that stuff children saying to their teachers when they can't get into class. Oh, the link's not working. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
You're full of shit.
Right, and then the other joker, what's the number? So we can call in. Call in what? What are you talking about? Call into something. How you call into a live YouTube? Anybody know how to do that? Somebody put how to do that in the chat. Where's the number? Number for what? Like, where's there a number? How is there a number? What is going on here? Has the competence level shifted into the negative or something? Like, what is going on?
The conjunction closed. They don't have their powers anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're handyman powers.
Yep.
That's what they are. Bunch of handymen. Powers. Ain't nothing. Oh boy. So Saudi L is denouncing Moor's temple. What's going on?
What?
I don't know what's going on. Saudi L's dirty Moors. I don't care.
They are dirty Moors. Of course they are dirty Moors.
Who's more than dirty?
Don't deal with them.
Of course they're gonna denounce Moor's temple. Why wouldn't they? They're dirty. The wells run dry when you can't have a temple open and rape people.
So what are they now? Black? How does that work?
Oreo. They could call themselves Oreo.
That's in there, but these people are playing games. No, everybody want to debate the Moors, and then when the Moors are live, nobody wants to be on the live.
Right.
The link is still not working.
Yo, crazy. The link's not working. You're not working. Forget the link. You're not working. That's really the problem.
Perhaps the no bats is working in the body. That might be the problem.
It's not even them. Crazy.
Right.
Crazy. And it's not even as if their position has merit or honor or righteousness.
Not at all. Mm-hmm.
We know that the Aboriginal, matter of fact, let's go check something. Yeah, let's do a revisit. Let's do a revisit. Let's do a revisit because people obviously don't study. Obviously. Domes, arches, and minarets. A history of Islamic-inspired buildings in America. Why are the buildings not Aboriginal and indigenous inspired? Why is not Cherokee inspired and Lenape inspired? Why? Why is it Islamic inspired? Page 9 off the top. Many American cities have buildings influenced by Moorish and Islamic styles, or whose components or influences appear in their designs. The Alamo, carvings of bas relief on America's earliest example of a Moorish Islamic inspired building, 1744. Why is it Moorish? Why is it not Aboriginal and indigenous or some tribe that these people are trying to tell you that that's who our people are? Why are they going to look at Phil Pasquini and talk about the European, listen to what he's saying? But they're going to listen to all these traders tell them that they're black and that they're Indians and they're American Indians. They're Native Americans. When Phil Pasquini in his own study found out these people are Moors and all these buildings are Moorish and Islamic. It's Moorish and Islamic for a reason. Obviously because Moors were the ones who built them. There were no natives. Zero natives.
Islam Grand Sheikh.
Islam more.
And we interviewed him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And we I asked him in the interview, was there any teepees that he found on his research while he was, and I think he even says, what is it, like over 20 years of research he did?
Yep.
And I asked him if he laughed. He knew it was a joke. He laughed. And he so calls the Indians. He calls it, he says so-called. So-called. He, like, they know that's a misnomer. The world knows that.
Of particular note are examples in both Metairie Cemetery in New Orleans and the Bellefontaine Cemetery in St. Louis, Missouri. In New Orleans, a number of examples showcase an excellent cross-section of styles ranging from the very elaborate and highly detailed to more stylized versions. The Charlotte Dixon Wainwright Memorial, 1892, in St. Louis, constructed for the wife of the wealthy brewer and businessman Ellis Wainwright, is known as the Taj Mahal of St. Louis. University of Tampa Plant House Building, elaborate domed roof and minaret, Tampa, Florida. Looks like we got one. Finally.
Islam on.
What's going on? Salam.
Salam. We're
What's
here.
going on? Huh?
We're here.
All right.
We've been here.
All right. Just wanted to go over some information. You guys claim that that you're not the Moroccans of Spain, but that you're actually indigenous to the Americas. I want to know how that's true.
Well, one, Morocco in the East wasn't around until 1956.
56.
So if we're talking about relationships between Europeans and Moors or Moroccans, it's not going to be the people who had something founded in 1956, who are the people we see today. And if George Washington, this is what we're trying to explain to the officer of the court the other day, that if George Washington is going to be having relations with the Sultan of Morocco, who's supposed to be over there, why are they talking about him doing whatever and getting permission from the Sultan to do whatever in America if over here is not Morocco? And if over here is Morocco, then that means the people over here are really Moroccans. And the first people who were over here were dark-skinned people. Europeans weren't the first people in the Americas. And if it's Morocco over here, and these people are Moroccans, and if these people are Moroccans in America, then they're the Aboriginal and indigenous people.
Okay. Just to back it up a little bit. So I want to know where you guys stand. Are you saying that you guys have been here because another guy that was talking to that the Moroccan guy in that video, he was saying 350 million years ago, whatever, that you guys have been here on the Western Hemisphere.
50,000.
Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, because he's talking about dark-skinned people, and Moors are dark-skinned people. So yeah, Moors been here for millions of years.
In the Western Hemisphere?
Yeah, because the Western Hemisphere was once connected to the Eastern Hemisphere, and it's all one landmass.
Okay, and
So
then when it's separated,
if we're talking about millions of years ago, right? Then you're talking about the land was one, everything was one. There's no continents a million years ago.
Right.
All right. So once we get that out the way, then we know that once the land begins to separate, whether it's because of cataclysm or God's lightning bolt or whatever that did it, there were people on those land masses when they separated.
So once it's separated, there's a land divide, right?
Yeah, but there's
a land divide.
But there's people on it though.
There's people on it, right? On the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
And you're saying that people that look like us, I'm not talking about dark skin because there's lots of dark skin people all over the world. We're talking about kinky hair, chocolate skin color, broad nose, thick lips, you know.
You ever seen
phenotype.
You ever seen an Olmec?
America, is that what you're saying?
You ever seen an Olmec head?
I've seen the Olmecs.
Okay, who does that look like? Does that look like some Indian?
Well,
no,
you can say that because
who does that look like?
Oh well, that phenotype could be
Oh boy,
similar, but there's other races that have that similar phenotypes.
you made a reference point just now of chocolate skin and all that stuff, and broad noses and kinky hair and all that stuff. And I asked you if you ever seen an Olmec head. You
And
said
I'm telling you, yes, based on looks, it can pass for someone of that fits that phenotype. However, I have seen indigenous Native Americans that also have that phenotype. If you go to Guatemala, go to Honduras, you can see, even to this day, you can see, because Native Americans or Native tribes in Mexico and Central America, they all don't look the same. Some of them look kind of like Asians a little bit, like the slanted-eyed Asians. And then some of them kind of have like a hook nose, like the Aztecs had. And then some also have thick lips and broad features. So
you're telling me that because they don't have kinky hair, but they have big noses and dark skin, that they're not our people?
Correct. For example,
how do you figure that? How are they not our people if they look like us?
I'll tell you why. Because look at the Aborigines of Australia, right? They're clearly not. They have broad noses, dark skin, but they're clearly not. They're clearly not our people. Anybody with common sense will tell you that. Same thing.
What do you mean they're not our people? What do you mean? What are they then? If they're not
their own, they are their own. They are their own unique. They have their own unique genotype. They're their own unique people. We're not genetically connected to them. You're never going to see two so-called Black Americans create someone that looks like an Aborigine.
Not again. Come on, Sheldon. Islam, Sheldon. Okay. Islam more.
So what I'm saying, even
hold on. Somebody had an interjection there. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Salam. I saw in the video that you're talking about, I saw that you left a comment and then you deleted it. I was actually going to answer your comment. Now, to your point about when you're saying not our people, and so on and so forth, it's a little bit confusing, because your premise is that we come from Africa? Is that what you're?
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Okay, so go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
My premise is that we originally, our ancestors came from West Africa. Mm-hmm. Some of us may have ancestors that came from Andalus, or Spain, or the Moors, or whatever, but we're not all one people. My premise is that we're a mixture of different West African ethnic groups with European and maybe some Native American. But that's about it. And at this point, I don't consider us African. I'm not. I say we're our own people. We're our own unique people, just like Puerto Ricans are their own unique people, Dominicans, so on and so forth. We're kind of our own unique people. We're not Africans anymore, even though our ancestry comes from West Africa.
Okay. So now have you been to the continent? Have you been to so-called?
I've lived in the Middle East.
Whereabouts?
I lived in Bahrain.
Okay, because I've been to Israel.
And I've been to Oman. I lived months in Oman, and I've been to the UAE as well.
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking this is because if you go like Western Africa, according to what you're saying, Western Africa is extremely broad. There's not one phenotype that's all along Western Africa. Right?
That's correct. I agree.
So saying that we are, and if you read like Forbidden Archaeology and all these older books, right? It says how that we were on the planet, whatever, all kind of 6 million years ago, right? So if the landmass is together, like we see that South America fits into Africa, Western Africa, like a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. So if we're Western Africans. Why is it that once that puzzle broke, why is it hard for anybody to believe that some of us were on the South American side?
Now, because the Pangea situation happens before human civilization, we can only go so far back in human civilization. We can't go past anything past Sumer. We don't have any written records.
Smoking rock.
Hold on. Yusuf, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
So, but that still doesn't really answer my question because
West Africans. Okay, let's break it down by science. Okay.
No, hold on. Let me just finish. The reason why that doesn't answer my question is because what you're claiming is before the continents separated, none of us were on the South American side. That's what you're claiming.
I'm claiming.
That's basically what you're saying, because you're saying that there was.
Correct. That's correct.
But then that doesn't make any sense, because number one, have you read? Okay, so I'm gonna name off a bunch of books to see if you read these books. Have you read Pioneers of France and the New World?
Negative.
Okay. Have you read Ancient and Modern Britons, Volume 1 and 2?
Negative.
Have you read They Came Before Columbus?
I skimmed through it a long time ago, but okay. I can say negative. I'll say negative because it's past me now.
Okay. Have you read America BC?
Negative.
Have you read Saga America?
Negative.
Have you read Unexpected Faces in Ancient America?
Negative.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So the premise that it can only be in one, this is the thing that happens with a lot of our people based on the teaching. We have this premise that we are only located in one specific area of the planet, and once it's separated, then we just stayed there. And I think this is
dissociation.
This is a mentality, or not mentality, for lack of better words. This is a concept that we have that actually plays to our quote unquote ignorance, saying that we weren't great people before, because that means that we just stayed in one place and we didn't explore the world. We couldn't build boats to go anywhere. If we're the first people on the planet, that means that the planet is ours. Would you agree with that?
No. Okay, and I'll tell you why.
Okay,
I'll tell you why.
Okay, tell me.
And also, I would just like, because books, anybody can write a book. I've read all kinds of books. Anybody can write a book. I just want primary references where you can point me to that show that people that look like us. I'm not talking about like little Mexican looking people that look like us were actually on this hemisphere.
Yep. Sorry, not to cut you, but what does that mean, that look like us? Because if we can make all different types of looking babies, what does that mean, look like us? Okay,
well, let me break it down. West Africans themselves, a lot of them are not indigenous to West Africa. East Africa is the home of civilization. East Africa, Ethiopia, Sudan region. Okay, from there, what you have is an expansion of different ethnic groups going different directions.
No, but how is that?
So East Africa is when you ask me, are you saying we're West Africans? I told you yes and no. That's what I mean by yes and no, meaning like yes, from the standpoint that we have actual historical. Our ancestors had historical settlements in West Africa, but technically no, because the cradle of civilization is East Africa, and the haplogroup E, which we descend from, originates from East Africa.
Okay, then. Okay, so let me stop you there. So if the cradle of civilization is from East Africa and then they started to walk west, isn't it the same people though?
Negative. Why? Here's why I'm saying.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on.
You're saying that the original people of the planet went east, west, north, and south, and when they got to east, west, north, and south, they became somebody different than who they left as?
What happens is there's different mutations that take place. This is how you prove that this is, and this is actually in the favor of people that say the ancient Egyptians were actually, dark-skinned people, is what you have is you have different mutations that take place outside of Africa. There's waves of migration that go into Asia, that go into even Europe, throughout the continents. There's waves of migrations, and during and over thousands of years, there's mutations that take place outside the African continent. So this is why outside of Africa, you have different phenotypes and different.
What do you mean mutation? Like if I leave
genetic mutations, like straight hair is a genetic.
If I leave Africa, right? If I leave Africa and then I go to America, how am I mutating? What are you talking about?
Even now, I can look at you, right? I can look at you, and you don't look. Even though you have West African ancestry, you don't look like a continental African. I've been overseas.
Because I'm not African.
I'm telling you what. I'm telling you. No, I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. Yes, we could tell that you have African ancestry, but what I'm saying is, because you've been in this environment for over 400 or 500 years amongst the European and breeding differently. We took on a different.
How about this? How about we hear from an East African? Because we got the Moor from Abyssinia right now.
Yeah, right.
Hey, peace, salam.
Who's from Ethiopia?
Hey, I'm from Abyssinia. I have roots
in
there that.
Are you from Ethiopia?
First of all, hey, let me tell you. It's not just Ethiopia, and then we don't even say Ethiopia.
Are you from real Ethiopia?
Bro, my name goes back to Selassie, to Sheba.
Are you from Addis Ababa?
I can take you back to Gondor.
Salam.
Hey, but
Peace. One at a time.
Hey,
okay.
Salam.
Do you speak Amharic?
Salam.
Do you speak Amharic?
Salam. Brother, salam. It's not just Amharic, but
okay. When you were talking, salam. When you were talking, nobody interrupted you, so let the brother talk.
Because I don't want to hear, I don't mind having a simple conversation. I don't want no one lying to me.
Cujo, mute him if you can. Because when you were talking, nobody interrupted you, so let Abyssinia talk.
All right. First, I want to say peace and love to this brother, his YouTube site. If any brothers or people around the world, we are the Aboriginals. Let's not get it confused. You can look at every single part of the world and see that they're dark hair. If you don't look at that and look in the mirror, then we have bigger issues. Second, we need to stop questioning this brother when he brings information. Instead of questioning, go research. Look up this information he's telling you. It is easy to sit here and to put this man down because what he's doing, he's putting his neck on the line for us. That's the second thing. The third thing, brother, you got to stop having this Eurocentric mind state. I've lived over here on this side of the hemisphere for a long time. My roots go back to before Haile Selassie. I could go to Gondor where you keep talking about Ethiopia, but we don't call it that. We go by our tribes back home. Okay, so you can say you from Damba Adohala. You can say all of that stuff, and I can understand, and I can trace you back to Ge'ez, to one of the oldest ever written languages ever, and goes back prior to a lot. Oh, but you want to talk about this part of the Western Hemisphere? How about the Olmecans? I mean, my man, the other day, this brother was teaching y'all that George Washington sent a letter to the Sultan of Morocco. Back then, if you have a Eurocentric mind state, you understand that Morocco, the country which you guys, the masses, keep getting confused, was only here for so long. But we're talking about the kingdom. We're talking about the Sultan. We're talking about pharaohs that go way before anything else. But you guys don't understand that. Stop knocking this, brother. Stop hating on Canaanland Moors because all they're doing is giving you information. You want to talk about so-called East Africa? Well, I'm here, baby. We can bring that up.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
How you can respond?
Okay. Now the conversation was good, but it's kind of taking me off track because he's saying he's Ethiopian. So
I didn't say that.
So you're Habesha. You're Habesha.
All right. No.
Forget about Ethiopian. You're Habesha?
Yes.
You're Habesha. So what's your ethnic group? You're Ago, Tigrinya, which one?
Bro, if for you saying Tigrinya, then you understand that there's two brothers. So Tigrinya, Ethiopian, Amharic, all of that is the same thing. Don't let these Europeans tell you it's different.
That's not that. No Habesha person talks like that. That's no
Well,
one.
hello, I'm right here.
You're not Habesha.
Look at
no
my last
Habesha
name.
person say that's European.
Living proof.
How you gonna tell me what I am?
Okay. What is your ethnic group then?
Oh man, dude, I've told you 5 times who I am, where I come from. I even brought up Gondor. Do you know what Gondor?
I'm just asking you
what Gondor is?
Simple question. You ask me where I'm from. I say I'm from California. Where are you from? In Abyssinia.
Bro, I brought up Gondor. I brought up Damba Adohala. Do you know any of those places?
It's not. The way you're pronouncing Gondor lets me know it's Gondar. So.
Okay, it's not.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Are we arguing like the technical things here? I told you Adohala. Do you know what Adohala is?
No.
Okay, then. See, I'm breaking it down to the actual. So, okay, we can't have this conversation. It's not going to go anywhere. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm just asking you what's your ethnic group.
I told you, brother. You don't even know where Damba Adohala is. So how can we go further?
So what? You can still tell me I know all the ethnic groups of Ethiopia. So just tell me them.
I'm not Ethiopian. Stop saying that.
What I mean, man. Stop playing games.
All right, hey, I don't want to go off. I don't want to take away from what the whole point of this was.
All right.
I wanted to give thanks.
I'm sorry. All right,
I wanted to give.
You're Habesha. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to give thanks to this brother for giving me the opportunity to even get on his platform. I just want to give thanks to you, brother, and I support you 100%.
Honor to you, fam. Give thanks.
Yes.
Let me just make a comment. So Salam, are you looking at? Are you watching this chat, or are you just speaking on a phone or something?
I'm on a phone, but I'm watching.
No, not you, Abyssinia.
Wow.
Not you, Abyssinia, because I could see you.
Oh.
And I've been to Sweden. I've been to the continent as well, and I interact with Abyssinians. Like there's this one restaurant that I always used to go to, and you look exactly like them. So that's why I'm asking Salam. You're asking these questions, but you're not even looking at what the brother.
Thank you.
Can you see the brother?
No, I can't see him.
Exactly. So you're just arguing. You don't know what he looks like.
That's why I said I'll credit him with that, and then later on I'll fact check him.
What do you mean fact check? I told you. Kendesha Kenegraka. Do you know what that means? Kendesha Kenegraka.
What language is that?
Never mind. Okay, so
why don't you just be direct? When I ask you a question, how come we can't just say this is this language?
Brother, okay, let me break it down to you like this.
Let's say, for example, just say what language you're.
Just listen to what I'm trying to explain to you, right? The people that know when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, right? So if I'm saying a bunch of stuff and you're not catching on, that already lets me know where this conversation can only go. We can't go further than what your brain will allow you to, or what you allow your brain to know.
Because I asked you what's your ethnic background, you can't answer that question, and because I'm not ready to learn. What is that?
I gave you a huge brother. I gave you a huge. My great grandpa. Let me tell you this. My great grandfather is one of the only people that actually has a little temple in Gondor. Now, if you can't connect the dots from there,
Amara. All right, so all you gotta do. So Gondor is Amara. So you're Amara then.
No, because I told you there's two brothers, either Ethiopian and Eritrea. When you talk to an actual elder, they don't tell you they're Ethiopian or Eritrean because they could trace their roots back, because Eritrea was in Ethiopia, so-called. But Europeans like to put borderlines and separate shit. So we actually are the same thing. That's why I'm confused every time you keep telling me I'm this or I'm that, and I keep telling you other things you don't understand, my brother.
Because any Habesha person.
Don't say that. Don't start that. Don't say that.
Don't start that. What do you mean, dude? Why are you trying to hide?
Salam.
Why are you trying to shut me up?
No.
I'm not trying to shut you up.
No.
You are, because you won't let me say what the point is.
No. Salam. This is somebody else different. This is somebody different speaking. The thing is, what I'm trying to tell you is this: if you can't see the brother who's talking, you're arguing for no reason. He's clearly speaking another language from that region. So if you don't recognize that it's a redundant conversation. It's like it's like you asking me where I'm from, and then I start mentioning Arabic words that you don't get, and then you're trying to tell me who I am. You're not making any sense, right? It's like I could speak German to you if you don't understand, and then you're trying to tell me that's not what it means, but you don't speak the language, bro. You're not making any sense.
This is why you, number one, you should be watching. Then you could see the brother who's talking, and you see clearly
his phenotype. You're talking phenotype. His phenotype tells you he's from that region.
Clearly, he knows what he's talking about.
He knows what he's talking about, and he's speaking another language, and you're still bringing it back to. You're not making any sense, bro.
And that's
why he said conversation is over. We can't have. That's why he said you can't have the conversation. If you can't speak the language, you can't argue with it. You can't. You have nothing to say.
I think that's when you drop the mic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a mic drop.
Like that. That's just common sense.
Hello. So it's not a mic drop because one person that's
Oh man.
Nah, you shouldn't have shut him off.
That wasn't me. I didn't do jack.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yeah, don't let him talk that I did anything either. That wasn't me.
Okay.
Okay, can I say one thing, brothers?
Yeah,
for anybody that's on here, if you guys have any like doubts or reservation, get that reservation about anything we're saying or he's saying, just look it up, times and dates. Any individual across the world, times and dates. When you're doing anything, times and dates. It doesn't matter who's talking. You look up the time and the date that man is mentioning, then you cross-reference what happened in the world at that time and date. Who was prevalent, who was in power, who was running things. Then you trace that back. That's how you even do etymology. You don't just take a man's word, but I guess it's true what they say. Men only know what they follow, you know. So it's like that you can't, you know. It's very, very. It's saddening, man. It's saddening because we look the same and we're arguing about, well, is he Ethiopian? It doesn't matter. The bigger picture is, how are we going to help our people across the world? How are we going to help our people get right? How are we going to open their eyes? Because they're walking around with eyes wide shut.
Yep.
Let's talk about the real stuff, because all this other, man, that's just gossip. That's like a filler, man. It's all good, but I really want to get down and have real conversations, real organic convos that is going to help our people.
Yeah.
And just to add on to what you're saying, exactly like you said, you know, you talk to people and stuff. That's exactly what I did. So I traveled around and I went to this freaking amazing, the best Ethiopian restaurant or Abyssinian restaurant that I've ever been to is in Gothenburg, Sweden. I used to go there. I went there twice a week, and I'd be there for a month. Like twice a week, I'm there. And they got me into now trying quote unquote Ethiopian food in every city that I go to. So literally, I've been to two, one in Paris. I've been to two in Vancouver. I've been to 4 out here in Germany. Like all these different places, and they're number one. And so when I went there, I used to talk to them about stuff and certain things that I was learning. I would ask them, and they would correct me if I was wrong or not.
Right.
So exactly like you're saying.
Yeah. And then not just to add on to that, brother, it's crazy because a lot of us think we're so different, but we're not. So back home, where I'm from, we have a certain way we greet each other. Now, when I came to this part of the world, you know, I was under a sheik that was, you know, kind of showing me another side, a different perspective, because I always like to learn. And he did a handshake. And I was like, yo, that's how we greet each other. He's like, well, yeah, it makes sense. And, you know, we just like little things that we don't realize that lets us know that our answers put into us, instilled in us, man, that when you see a brother, you'll know. Even if you've never met him, you could be on 2 planets, 2 other sides of the world. When you meet, you'll have such a strong connection, and a way that you greet each other is, I can't even put into words.
And so to you, I say salamnu.
Salam, brother. Salam.
Or salamnu, because when I go to the Ethiopian restaurant, they always say salamnu, which is their way of saying salam.
Yes.
So I say salamnu.
Thank you, brother.
Okay.
But I just want to say I'm a huge supporter of you guys. So to me, this is I've always wanted to jump on, but I didn't want to jump on. And lately, just like the other day, you guys were going to, you weren't going against, but these attorneys were confused. And I just told myself I'm jumping on because I'm tired of everybody putting down what y'all putting up. You know, it's like, why when we're talking about, she kept saying she's Albion or not Albion, but she kept saying white, and we're like, no, white means something different, legalese, and you're an attorney. That's what blew my mind. When I speak to professors. I don't talk to regular people. I go straight up professors and people that think they know something, so I could pick their brain and see exactly what side of the spectrum they're on, and it will blow your mind. I had this book by Carter G. Woodson, Misunderstanding of a Negro, or the Miseducation of a Negro. And I was reading it, but the way that I looked at the time, this European lady was very perplexed that I would have a book like this. And we started building, and I told her, well, it's funny because growing up, they used to say I was the missing link, but actually it's you guys. And she confirmed it. We started building off some other stuff, and it was just beautiful because it also says in the book, when you speak in an intelligent tone, they have no choice. They have no choice. But if you want to keep playing these color games, Negro, Black, or whatever etc they're going to call you this week, next week, then you're going to be trapped in that. And that's another thing we really got to start putting out for our people. Understand law. Understand to know what it means. Know etymology. Know the true meaning behind something.
Yep.
And this is why we could look at our brothers in the Abyssinia and say those are Moors. They're talking like this.
100%. 100%.
And there's a brother in Germany who's talking like a Moor. He's probably a Moor, more than likely. And then wherever we go, anybody that we engage with, that we can see eye to eye with regard to history, law, science, you name the subject matter, then there's unity there. The only place there's no unity is this place called North America, where these weirdos don't know how to think.
Right.
And then they get mad when people challenge them on their thinking.
They don't even get mad. What it is, it's the demon inside of them that they don't understand, their lower self, because they don't even see they have to educate, they have to know themselves, they have to study themselves. That's another problem. See, all of this people think doesn't connect, but it all does connect. But if you don't know yourself, how can you go on? How do you know how you're gonna move the next day? Where you came from? The reason why your body gets sick and why you feel some type of way in the morning because of the food you ate, because it's not supposed to be in your body because of where you come from. You need to understand yourself. We don't need any of this medicine. Our body is a temple. You treat it as such, and it's going to last forever. It's like a car. If you don't take care of your car, do tune-ups on your conveyance, whatever, it's gonna mess up. But it's the same thing with your body. You got to be careful what you let in your head, because that's the most expensive real estate. And you got to understand there's a lot of people, unfortunately, I've had to learn, that look like me. I don't want to say the A word, but they must be, because it's hardening when I see somebody and I'm telling them, hey, you're a Moor, or you're Aboriginal, and you have rights, inalienable rights that you don't even understand, but you want to call yourself Jamal. What the hell is a Jamal when that's not you? You're being fraudulent.
Yeah.
So I found it was really interesting, just to add on to what you're saying, that I gave, how many books did I give Salam?
Yo, I was just thinking about that.
eight or nine books.
I gave him about 8 or 9 books, and then he's like, anybody could write a book. Yeah, well then, I mean, if that's the case, then, you know what I mean? Yes, common sense was made before book sense, like I always say. But I mean, if you're not going to use common sense, I gave you a whole bunch of books that you're going to read, and then anybody could write a book. So then what's the point of reading? The information that he's spitting, clearly he read it somewhere, So I could use the same thing of what he's saying. Well, anybody could write a book. But the thing is, it doesn't make sense. If what he's saying is, if I'm from Western Africa and I walk, like, you know what I mean? And I cross a river all of a sudden, and I'm there for 1,000 years. Okay, yeah, you mutate, but you're trying to tell me I'm not from the source? Like, it doesn't make any freaking sense. And then those books that I was telling them about shows that you're traveling back and forth for thousands of years, long before the European got to the Americas, traveling back and forth between Africa and South America, back and forth. Those books that I mentioned also talk about the Phoenicians being in the Americas since 1000 BC, the Egyptians being in the Americas since at least 3000 BC.
Yeah, go ask an elder. Go ask a true so-called Mexican that's from Chihuahua, and they will tell you about the Olmecans and how they look and what they look like. There are dances and tribes here in the Americas. I have a buddy that's from one of the pueblos out here, and their dances and everything are similar to some of my family members' dances. And I showed him, and he said, "Yeah." I spoke with his the chief or the governor, one of them, and we had an amazing build because I could show him pictures and dances and celebrations that they do. Mm-hmm. But see, this is type of information they don't want in the schools because obviously, without saying too much, there's a reason. There's definitely. I promise you guys this though. I'm gonna come out with an album. And I'm gonna break down so much info. It's gonna scare people because I'm an artist. I like to do music, so I'm gonna put all this knowledge and information I got for my people. And trust me, I listen to your music before I even start listening to any of your the demonstrations or anything, because as an artist, I respect what you do.
Islam, man. Give thanks. Brother Ibra.
Islam. Not a lot, man. I'm just listening, watching everything in the chat. Peace to you, bruh. Near Abyssinia.
Peace, brother.
I have a couple of close bros that, really started to teach me a lot of the high sciences and, the nuggets of, I don't want to say secrecy, but definitely what Christianity has willingly, kind of put underneath the rug, just that was there in the languages, I think we were talking about in the time of the creation of the world, just like the word chaos being used for the waters. And that was just one of the things that kind of just helped open me up at that time. So peace to you and everything that you provide into the chat for those that maybe don't have the same connection that you do. And peace for building up Cujo too, because not that he needs the help, because I don't think he does. He definitely holds his own, but a lot of us are watching and we taking the notes, we're verifying everything that he's saying. So when somebody come with a lack of concrete evidence, it does kind of get under our skin. So big up for that. I was just wondering, is there something we can do to alleviate that, at the beginning of it, with our introductions, giving an appellation and then also a nationality, so that way there's no confusion? Because there was a lot of books that homie was lacking in his knowledge, and I think before Brother Sheldon, I believe that's who it was, asked him about half a catalog of books that he said negative to each and every one of those. It's that disconnection was already diagnosed in my mind just by hearing him speak. And I think it was the same thing for a lot of the people in the chat. So if we can maybe start with the intros as far as assalamu alaikum or whatever that salutation is, I am, appellation, my nationality is, I think that would go a long way in the learning process for everybody still in the chat. So I just wanted to know what y'all thought about that.
Well, part of it too is Brother Yusuf's quote, "Let him talk."
Let him talk. Let him talk.
They play themselves.
Yep. That's why I was glad Brother Sheldon told me, "Hold on, Brother Yusuf," and I was like, you know what? Let him talk. Let him talk. He started talking. I was like, oh, this guy's bad. He's like real bad. He's bad. He has to do way more studying. You know, like you're not studying. You playing games. You're not reading. Like everybody noticed when Brother Sheldon told him all those books, and he was saying he hasn't read them, and I'm like, what are you? That's that BS stuff. And it's aggravating. People telling me, oh, all those books you read, that's all good and stuff, but it's about the energy. And I'll be like, yeah, you're killing me. You're killing me.
And then they want to quote DNA and science and stuff, right? So where'd they get that from?
Exactly.
That's what one of the Indians were saying yesterday. How all the information they have is from them. They didn't learn from anybody. Like, no way. You know what I mean?
They're not studying. They're playing. When they start talking about that genetic stuff, and continents and all of that stuff, I keep telling y'all, get the book, The Myth of Continents. That is like a key book. You got to get it. All that stuff, the Western Hemisphere, they made all that crap up. They made it all up. That's why I was glad the brother from Abyssinia, he mentioned that the Europeans made up all these lines and these borders. And I was like, yeah, there you go, right there. Like, he doesn't even see that. Like, your concept is Eurocentric thinking. But the brother was letting them know. I was like, there you go. Yeah. He still didn't. He didn't see it. And I'm like, he's tripping.
I mean, it's hard to see it when you're still in it, though. You know,
right?
Like, especially with all of us. I keep saying it, you know, everywhere I turn. But it's like we are products of the Public Education Board or the General Education Board. So if we are plants of the, you know, the John D. Rockefeller and the Frederick T. Gates, you know, and everything that they started a couple hundred years back, and then before that even started. Before they came together and said, this is what we're going to do for everybody moving forward, they already had Reconstruction eras. And before that, they had eras of conquering. And before, it's so many different things. So we can't think that we kind of like hot shit, you know, and we have enough of the arrows in our quiver to start making sense of things. And that's true depending on where we would like to start in whoever's reality. But this reality is way different than the Western construct that's been given to us. So if you come in here trying to challenge based off of those things, and that's not the right way to go about doing things. It's almost like you gotta take that studious type energy and lead with that rather than, you know, this skepticism just because you haven't heard something before. You're right, and it's difficult to do, but maybe that's just shows where people are at. Like maybe they don't need to be on the platform where they debating, but they need to just be taking notes, you know, and just learning objectively from everything.
But that's why again, let them talk, because sometimes bully needs to beat your ass so you can get yourself right.
It's painful to watch, bro.
You know what I mean? Right? You know, it's not a thing of
don't run over here.
Where they're at, being somewhere. You're nowhere. That's not ego or whatever. I came from Negro black colored, so anybody Negro black colored, they can't tell me nothing. I don't care what they're claiming.
Don't let them in there.
If they're Negro black colored, and I came from Negro black colored, and I'm out, and they're still in it, just like you're saying. If they're still in it, if they're in the sauce getting stirred, then you know what I mean.
That's on them.
Like I don't know what to say. Because
can I chime in real quick, brother?
Yeah.
Just to add on to what you said, it is not. So there's so many books that by now, if you're not seeing the game, then you either, if you're not on this side, then the way I see it, unfortunately, you on that side. I'm sorry, because I'm from Abyssinia, but I also lived out here. So you could tell by I don't have a thick accent. So I was raised in so-called in the state of California, right? But it's like, come on, man. If I could live there and tell you that, hey, I'm a Moor, I'm Aboriginal, come on, you have no excuse. You have no excuse, because whatever neighborhood or however you say you think you grew up, I promise you, in Oakland, California, it was all bad. Everything they talk about they did, man, it was all bad, and we knew who we were. And we knew who we were. It's like, to me, I sometimes think this is our test. You know, how much are we? How much are we? How do I put this? It's like it's like a character test. You know, they're gonna throw everything at us. Are you still gonna stand on your square and understand who you are? Because this is the whole point. We fell from the top. Now we at the bottom, right? So we got to understand, regardless of how far we fell, we are who we are, though. Like he said, I could move 1,000 miles, but I'm still from the soil. Like, we got to understand that. Once we understand that, then we can build. But having a bunch of random people jump on and start saying genetics and all that. Well, if you want to go deep like genetics, but you don't even understand black as science means death, what are we talking about? Yeah. Like, you want to go, like, you want to be you want to be at the end of the race, but you don't even know in the mirror you're melanin. Then what are you talking about? Like, you're gonna end up, if you let them keep talking, they're gonna end up catching themselves in the lie. Because then okay, well, that what you want to talk about? Cool. Well, then in that times and dates, like I said, this is what truly happened. So what you thinking is not, man. And get out of your emotions too. A lot of people, check yourself, man. It's not about ego. It's not about me being better than you or anything. It's just facts. Just deal with the straight up truth, man. If you can't do that, then get out the kitchen.
And just to add to what you're saying, so you're from Abyssinia. So you're quote unquote first generation, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So then the fact that you were born there and you're from there, the fact that you're from there, it's not like you were born, if you want to say, in North America and you're 2 generations and you're from there. So obviously you know the roots. It's just like anybody from the Caribbean, right? Who like was born there and then moved somewhere. You know your roots. That's number 1. True. Number 2, you speak the language. Number 3, isn't Abyssinia the only place in Alkebulan that wasn't
ever got conquered? Yes, sir.
Exactly. So you don't have the so-called indoctrination of the European.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Right. You don't have the indoctrination of so-called European nations coming in and telling you what's what. So how is this dude arguing with you? And if he knew about if he knows as much as he's talking about,
he knows. Right.
If he knows as much as he should know that what you're saying, he can't argue with you about anything because you're from there.
And you told him that. And that's what I was trying to tell him. Like, okay, you say this, then I'm telling you, not in English. Like, it's like me and a Mo, like my brother, a Mo, like a real Mo. Me and you are building, right? Yeah. A European could walk in and me and you are talking about something. The European says something. And then I respond in a way that he should have known. I was throwing him a signal. He didn't get it. I was like, yo, I see you, brother. But look, woo. But he didn't catch on. So it made me think, okay, so he's just talking about what he read. He's not even like, I don't, that's why I was confused. I said, we can't have this conversation, brother, because you asking me something and then I'm replying to you in the actual, like in the true essence.
Right. He's not picking it up and right. And he's not picking it up and then he's questioning you based on the book that he reads. But then on top of that, I was also going to mention, did he not know that there was a piece of Africa found underneath Florida and Alabama going into Texas? So if that's the case, you're trying to tell me that my ancestors didn't know that?
Right.
And then on top of that, doesn't that make North America Northwest Africa?
It makes it northwest of Mexum, Al Maghrib, the furthest west. But hey, people don't want to, once again, pick up a book Or ask, like, go do the research. Stop believing. There's an old saying, if you don't want them to know, put it in a book. This is still true to this day. I mean, if they don't believe that, and then this is another thing I'd like to throw out. I'll throw out a bunch of little gems and see who understands and whose antennas come up, right? So I'll say certain things like, well, okay, do you understand that when Martin Luther King, the speech that he actually got killed was in a Masonic temple, but you don't understand that. He said, I've been to the mountaintop. You don't understand that. Cool. You think I'm just using words, right? Perfect. He's seen the promised land. 100 years later, the Negro still exiled in his own land. He didn't say borrowed land. He didn't say any of that. He said in his own land. Once again, people don't want to do the research. They're lazy, and that's okay. But when it comes down to that time where all of these prophecies are coming and it's coming, hopefully you ain't on the wrong side, Joe. Hopefully you are not on the wrong side.
Bro, are you in Oakland right now?
Actually, I move around, man. So I'm in New Mexico.
Dope. I was out there in Taos. In New Mexico.
Yeah. I have such a huge, that's what's funny to me. A lot of our brothers well, what about this? I'm like, bro, you talking to a dude that actually has a huge family and we can connect from every part. I have family in Germany. I have family in Japan. I have family. I mean, it's like when he was talking about so-called Ethiopia, I brought up Haile Selassie and I said, dude, I could show you images. That's an actual relative, not some he was, I'm from that country and you're from that country. So forth, we're connected. No, literally blood ties. Then I even told him about Gondor and a temple that only my great-great-grandfather has. That I don't know too many other people that have, but he didn't get that. So I'm like, dude, stop fighting your brother and look in the mirror. Let's build, bro. Let's straight up build and figure out how to actually help our people. If we ain't doing that, don't talk to me. Let's just kill the conversation.
And the thing that's funny about that, when you talked about Gondor, you speak the language and he's correcting you on the pronunciation, but you speak the language.
Right. I'm switching my tone. When I was telling them, and he was like, well, what ethnicity are you? I'm like, dude, if you didn't get that from that's like going up in parts in California and speaking in a blood type of form. And I'm not advocating for anything, but I'm just trying to break it down in layman's terms because I know a bunch of people that are watching the chats will understand this part. You can't go into a certain neighborhood and say certain crazy things and not come on, man. If you say you're from that hood, if you speak a language or you dress a certain way, you walk a certain way, your mannerism is a certain way, you will be treated a certain way. So it was just super confusing for me with that guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he knew, how you said, I think it was more of an intellectual thing. I don't think he had the same type of cultural ties that you identify as having from Abyssinia. I think it was just something in the book. The reason why I asked you though about Oakland and if you there or do any type of work there is because let's just say he didn't have any type of claim to his own self-identity besides what was left in the Americas current day, right? There's so many different footholds here that, there have been type of upliftments like a Martin Luther King, like a Malcolm X, or even like a Black Panther Party specifically out there in Oakland. So with there being so much efforts made for an upliftment, them seeing the threat in that, and then them, stomping out whatever fires and embers were smoldering there, I wonder how easy it is in these types of places in order to uplift people. Are they more intact with it as far as principles of community and stuff like that?
Well, as far as Oakland is concerned, so like I said, I have a huge family. I have family up and down California, and yes, they definitely are. And I'm not talking about ones that understand their true Abyssinia roots. I'm talking about ones that have never left the so-called Americas, right? So, and they still know certain people, and the ones that choose not to are either I feel like they truly are benefiting somehow, some way. They're just not telling us. They're playing the game and they're not benefiting. They just listen to this brother's platforms, and they just kind of and I kept saying that A word. I don't want to say that A word, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I feel like they are, because come on, man. Why would somebody that came from the gutter with you lie? I have nothing to lie to you about, brother. We came up the same way. Yep. So it's mad confusing for me, man.
But that's also from the whole perspective with what Sheldon said too, that you're coming from a non-tainted place ultimately. You know, like
No, I know, no, but not just me though. I'm talking about people that I know in Oakland. I could call right now on FaceTime from Oakland. I'd rather just, you know, let's talk. We could go. Never mind. But yeah, in Oakland, like no, it's people choose to. That's another thing I've started to realize. People choose to not hear the good word. You know what I mean? People are choosing not to. Because like I said, I have people that are from there. We can even go to Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. You know what I mean? I know people there that are like, yo, this ain't right. And because this ain't right, something in me, the ancestors told them, like, you will have that feeling in you, like, I gotta want it. I gotta want it. There's got to be a difference. 100 years later, we're still talking about Black Power and BLM, but ain't nothing happening. So maybe that black thing is not what it is. Like people think, like, okay, I need to think outside the box. You know, if you truly are any type of go-getter, you know, okay, if this ain't working, let's try another way of doing it. Because the definition of crazy is doing the same thing over and hoping for a different result. Negro, black, colored, we got to cut it out.
Yeah.
Yo, it just got me thinking about too. Kujo, when Salam was arguing the whole Ethiopian thing. Remember the Dr. Ben video that I did, right? And I had the clip of the so-called African brother talking about who the Moors are, and he says, first of all, he said the Moors were a bunch of just like different ethnical groups of Azania. He calls Africa Azania, and then he said they were Bantu Ethiopians as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So once again, there's more information that this guy doesn't know, but he's talking to him, trying to tell him that he just doesn't get it. So
and the thing too with the aspect of the fiction that Drew Ali said he's not Negro, black, color, or Ethiopian. He's coming up here with Abyssinia, and then he keeps talking about black
Ethiopia and black. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for picking up on that. Man, oh, how about this? If they want to stick in the Americas, so-called Americas, just look up Noble Drew Ali. Look up Newark, New Jersey. Look up 1886 in the state of North Carolina. Like, come on, man. You don't even have to go abroad. Look here. Look how there is a so-called Egypt here, ancient Kemet. But they don't want to talk about that. They like, look in the Grand Canyon, why a portion of the Grand Canyon is cut off, because there are temples there and there are pyramids. There are more pyramids in the Americas than there are in ancient Kemet.
You know, and just to add up to what you're saying, that's another thing, because Salam was commenting in the video with Rise of the Moors, and I actually was answering him, but then he deleted his comment, and I actually mentioned that too. I said, you know, I was naming pretty much the books that I named, and I said, like, this connects to this, connects to this, and I mentioned the Born Stone that was from Hannibal time that has Phoenician writing engraved in it, and that's in the Americas.
Yep, all the way from Carthage. Yeah.
Right, all the way from Carthage. So,
yes, sir. And
then, so that ties into like pioneers of France saying like the land belongs to the Canaanites, Moabites, and Amorites, and so on. You know what I mean? So I was mentioning that stuff in the comment, but then he deleted it. So once he deleted that comment, I had nowhere to post it. And that's why I came online. That's why I came online when I saw him online. I said, you know, I wanted to answer it. And so that's the thing. Like, these are things that, like, I didn't know. A lot of the stuff that I was learning when I found out about my Moorish lineage, I accepted it. But then a lot of the teachings, you know, that were being said, I didn't believe that the Americas was Al Maghreb Al Aqsa. I didn't believe that until I asked actual Moroccans, and they confirmed it, that it's called Morocco. And I asked a Palestinian, an Arab Palestinian, he confirmed it too, and he said that's basic knowledge.
Yeah, I think that's the craziest one.
Yeah,
finding out, like, asking, you know, like you know when you get the information and you're like, let's just ask people questions or whatever. And I just asked the dude the question, hey, you know about over here being Morocco, Maghreb or something like that. Maghreb, Allah, you know, playing like I don't know what I'm talking about. And he's like, oh, Maghreb, Allah, so yeah, over here, Morocco. What? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're saying it's so
the facts.
What you saying it's so easy?
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, I think that was the one. That was one of the ones as far as finding out some info that you never heard that just messed you up for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, over here being Morocco was a good one.
Yeah.
Good one. Just that idea that people who aren't here know.
Exactly.
How about telling people, okay, since y'all like sensationalism, I'll give you one right now. How about your European father that you look at? Because a lot of these people out here, I've noticed, they only believe it if it comes from a European mouth. They won't believe us. But if it comes from a European mouth, for some reason, it has a stamp on it. And I get it. It's through brainwashing, and it's a psychological thing over years and years and years of what they've done. But it's like, come on, man. When George Washington is writing a letter to the Sultan of Morocco, that right there should have already killed everything. Because we're talking about a time in history where there shouldn't have been a reason for a so-called European to want to even think about writing a letter to the Sultan, thanking him for opening up the ports. If you don't want to even go into that, then what's the point, right?
That's it.
That's it.
I see Swindle got in here. What you got, Swindle?
I just have one question, and I'll leave. So, with your prophet Noble Drew Ali, okay, how come there isn't any mention of any El Bay days or Ali's prior to the birth of your prophet here in this country? I've done a lot of research and I haven't found any.
Did you look into the indigenous chiefs that were named Ali?
Indigenous chiefs.
Yeah. Because they were indigenous.
When I did it, it just didn't come up with anything.
Yeah, there were indigenous chiefs with the name Ali that, you know, were here before him. There were also days in Guyana, which is South America.
And have you ever read the FBI investigation report of the Moorish Science Temple of America that was done back in the 40s?
Who's the FBI? Who's the FBI?
Now, let me get to where I'm going at.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please, because when you read the report, I forgot there's like over 30,000 pages, and I've read at least half of them.
Who is the FBI?
Yeah. Okay, let me get to where I'm at. Going, please. I'm being nice.
Hold on, Yusuf.
It states in there. Nice. It states in the FBI report that the names Day, Ali, Bay, and El were used back in the late 1800s with this scientific exploration of this tribe in Africa, and the El Bay, Day, and Ali were different factions of this tribe, and that's where those names came from.
Which tribe?
Which tribe? Yeah, what the?
Which tribe?
You're gonna. It's been a while since I've read it. You're gonna have to look in the FBI report for the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Go ahead, Cujo, because we all read it, and there's a lot of blocked out names and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Did you notice that the FBI papers started after Noble Drew Ali's death?
Same thing with the Vatican.
The reason why it started was there was a lot of people indicted for the selective service when they changed their name to El and Bay.
Right.
And you know that was all for the selective service thing where people dodging the draft.
Yeah, that was after Noble Drew Ali's transition.
Yeah. This was in the 40s.
Yeah, but remember, Muhammad Ali did that same thing to dodge the draft in the 60s.
But did he ever declare himself a Moor?
Yeah, his Ali. That's a Moor.
Of course he did.
He never just. I've never heard him once say that he was a Moor.
That's a Moor.
Flag at his funeral.
Oh my goodness, agents.
Let him talk.
Moorish name.
So
Agent.
this is fictitious, but is Alibaba a Moor?
What Alibaba look like?
Moor.
Doesn't Alibaba wear a turban and all that stuff?
Yeah, so does a lot of other people that wear turbans.
Moors wear turbans, right?
No.
Moors don't wear turbans.
What the heck?
Moors don't wear turbans, you sure?
Believe this shit silly.
Do all Moors wear fezzes?
Damn.
Agent.
Moors wear
Stop
turbans.
this.
Yes or no?
Agent.
Listen, the ancestral,
The people from India wear turbans.
Yeah, they're Moors too.
I never heard of India. What's that? What's India?
So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's a couple of questions. Well, first off, fezzes and turbans. You know, that's national ancestral headdress. But have you heard of? Hold on, Abbasid. Have you heard of? Now, getting back to what Cujo was saying, I'm kind of all over the place, but getting back to what Cujo was saying, the FBI papers was after Noble Drew Ali's death, right? Have you read Morocco as It Is, the book Morocco as It Is?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there's information in there about Moorish Americans as well, right? And that's from the 1800s. That's before Noble Drew Ali mentioned anything about Moorish Americans.
And the FBI.
Okay.
And the FBI.
Have you ever read the book Medieval Africa?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I highly suggest.
What's medieval? What's that?
What does it deal with?
It deals with the culture and stuff like that of Africa from I forgot which dates, but it predates the 1700s.
The book predates the 1700s.
Not the book itself, but the author went back to do stuff on medieval Africa, and it mentioned Moors in there and who the Moors were.
Okay, what other books? What other sources do you have?
Let's see, the African Holocaust. That also mentions who the Moors are. Highly suggest.
And what else?
I've read a number of things.
I read that book too, African Holocaust. I read that. It's colored.
What do you mean colored?
It's fraudulent.
Why is it fraudulent?
Just off of its title alone, it says Africa. Where's that?
Where's Africa?
What is that?
What do you mean? Explain yourself.
What is that? What is that?
What is what?
The term Africa. What is that?
It's a continent on the eastern
hemisphere.
No,
there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a continent.
Okay.
There's no such thing. No such thing.
Okay, so who?
Get the book, The Myth of Continents.
Say what?
Get the book, The Myth of Continents.
Okay, who is the author?
Get the book, The Myth of Continents.
Okay, I'm asking you, who is the author of the book?
Google the book and you'll see the author.
Okay. And what does that explain?
There's no such thing as continents. That's Eurocentric thinking.
Okay.
That's colonization terms. There's no such thing. Those are imaginary political lines.
Okay. Also, I heard you guys mention that you're talking with Moroccans and stuff like that, where they're saying this is Africa.
I thought you said you had one question.
Yeah, I lied. I'm bad.
Hold on, Yusuf, bad. Let it finish.
But I'm nice.
Relax.
I'm being nice.
Go ahead, Swindle.
Yeah. So I've literally called the Moroccan embassy, okay, and talked with them about Moors. They told me that there's less than 24 Moors here in the real Moors, or I should say modern Moors here in this country. And then I go, how about the people from the Moorish Science Temple of America? And it's like they're not Moors. They're basically a religious group. So there's basically.
So they're black. They're black.
Hold on, Yusuf. Yusuf, hold on, Yusuf.
Who's black?
Go ahead, Swindle. Finish what you're saying.
So there's less than 24 modern Moors here in this country. They've actually had, if you go to the Moroccan news website, they've actually had a confrontation with some of the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America in southern Ohio. So what differs from the modern Moors to you all?
Cujo, you have the official letter of.
Yeah, I'm about to.
Right.
Can I ask this man a question? Can I ask him a question?
Ask me a question.
Okay. I have a 2-part question. First,
shoot.
You've been watching this video, right?
Yes.
You implying that in the 1800s, a tribe in so-called Africa is where the L's and the B's come from, correct?
It was a scientific.
Hold on. But that's what you said, correct?
No, I said there was a scientific exploration there, and they named different factions of this tribe, Bay, Day, Ali, and stuff like that. I can't remember what the tribe name was, but that's what the scientists labeled these different factions of this tribe.
And what was the point? All right, what was the point to bring that point up? And do you know where they were talking about? And there's a reason why I'm saying this.
Yeah, it's somewhere. I think it was in the Congo area.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you one more thing, because you've been watching this video, right?
I've been listening.
Okay, so I'm gonna kill all of what you just said. One thing, I don't know why you would bring that up talking about the Congo when I said Abyssinia, and I'm gonna say one time only. Samiel is actually what I am called back home, and that is called Samiel. So you're talking about the Congo, but in Abyssinia, you can even look up Gittins, where we take it further back than what those so-called FBI files are even talking about, or whoever you look that up. So, and I only say this in showing courtesy to you, because I can understand how brave it must be to come into a chat full with full of this. But I'm trying to tell you that what you're stating has no relevance, and my actual name is Samiel, not you, but L-E-L.
Okay.
And that goes back prior to any Congo or anything of that nature.
So how come there wasn't anybody by the name of El Debe in Ali prior to the birth of your prophet, Noble True Ali?
That is not true. Once again, I'm telling you where I'm from. Look me up if you like, but it's Samiel, because you once again are looking for answers in places where they don't give you answers, right? So if you truly want to learn, you have to step out of your box and go places where you wouldn't be able to find this information. I'm telling you now, it's Samiel.
So are you? So if you put El first, like in El Guapo. So it's El Guapo or more?
Hold on.
Somebody needs to mute their mic because there's a lot of feedback.
All right.
I have 1 more % on this phone, unfortunately. That's why I cut out earlier. So I'm trying to charge it and talk to you guys at the same time.
Islam, bro. Lord Yeshua, you there? Do you have anything to add?
Yep.
Go ahead.
In the building. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right.
Oh, you can go ahead, brother Lord.
Yo, Joshua, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
Yeah,
listening.
I just wanted to chime in because I felt like the individual that just was speaking, maybe he's like, potentially some kind of troll.
If you want to call me that, go ahead.
Did he ever get a question, or did he ever get his question answered as far as like where were the L's and the B's and all that stuff?
It's all
before?
good. I'm not
No,
calling
I didn't
anything.
get
I just put it out there that there's a potential for that. But I wanted to let you know that I have family, like extended family, friends all over Europe, parts of Africa, and my people in Agadir, Morocco, their elders, my guy is a little younger than me, but his elders, his grandparents and so forth and so on, he took a pilgrimage out into the Sahara to speak to the elders about what I told him about the history over here that's hidden. And it was confirmed that everybody over here that thinks they black is a Moor, and this is Morocco over here. There's no more conversation about it, really. Like, that's basic info.
And
Absolutely.
I just want to chime into that as well. Like I said, I spoke to when I found out the information about the Morocco, the Americas being Morocco, the farthest west. I did not believe it, and then I spoke to a Palestinian Arab, and he saw, because I'm always in habit, I always have my fez on, and we started talking, and he said he knew that information, and I filmed him saying that, and I made a 1-minute video of him saying, yeah, he knows that. And he knows about George Washington talking to the Sultan of Morocco. He knows all of that. And at the end of the video, he said, that's known. He went to Harvard. That's the first person that confirmed it. Then right now, I domicile at Germany. So when I went to France, I went to Cordoba, Spain, and I went to a Moroccan restaurant. And the waiter there, when we were talking, I said, I'm from Al Maghreb Al Aqsa. And he said, Makhaba. He said, which means hello. And he walked away. And I'm like, I'm talking about North America. And he said, yes, I know. And he walked away. That was the second person that confirmed it. And he's from Morocco. The third person was in Paris airport when I was going through security. And the security guy frisking me was Moroccan. And he saw me with my fez on. And he asked me about it. And I told him. And I said, I'm from Al Maghreb Al Aqsa, which is Morocco, the farthest west. And I said, that's North, because I'm checking, because I didn't know. I said, I said, I'm talking about the North America. He said, yes, I know. So that was the third person, right? So I mean, this goes beyond books, and this goes to what Abyssinia was talking about: is going to certain places and talking to people that are from there. Mm-hmm. So 2 Moroccans confirmed it for me, outside of North America, and then the third person that confirmed it, the first person technically that confirmed it was an Arab Palestinian who was actually from Jordan, and I made a video of that too, and that video's out there. And then getting back to the whole the El conversation, El goes back to the the Canaanite god El. That's where it goes back to. So clearly it existed way before the FBI files.
Yeah.
Way before.
And to your point, man, like, I mean, it's even here in these lands as well. Like, they put little Arabic and, other native tongue recognitions on like cities and things like this on this landmass here. We just don't know the connection. It's looking us dead in our face. Tallahassee, Alabama, even, like, there's names of this, but they also gloat in the books that they give us, talking about how we 3/5 of a human being, and we never even stop to think, what are those 2/5 that we miss? And a lot of that is our nationality. A lot of that is the way that we're supposed to actually call ourselves and call to the Most High. So they gloat, and there's a reason, and we can track the absence of it. So even if they're not giving it to us, that want to go and find out that vacancy that we have, it's right there in our face. So I don't know. Hopefully that guy finds it.
Hopefully. No, but again, those who are familiar. We already know Swindle likes to play around in Moorish chats and stuff like that. And like we were saying earlier, a lot of these people, it's to bring them on, to let them talk, let them ask their whatever, because it's not taking away anything from me. Them talking, all they're doing is exposing their ignorance, which is going to be more than I can do to expose their ignorance. Because as soon as we start talking about people's ignorance, people start talking about why are we talking to people like that, and more should not
They mad sensitive.
intelligent tone and all that type of stuff when we start putting out the facts. You know what I mean? So, you know, they're gonna have their arguments and their disagreements and their whatever else. But if they're gonna talk about Moors or this, Moors or that, and then we put the link in the chat and they don't push the link, they're just talking crazy in the chat. And we already know that these people are freaking criminal. We don't know if they're sent, we don't know if they're getting paid, we don't know any of that, but we know that your actions are gonna let Moors know what's up. I could give a what you say. You're gonna show me that you're a righteous Moor. Because anybody could say they're righteous. You know what I mean? There's Moors who you know, they would come on here thinking that they're gonna talk crazy, and in the end up siding with Moors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Typical.
You know,
It's
there's
a
any
journey
more
of that ego.
Yeah, and you know, as Moorish Americans, we know this is like what you were saying. This is about the other 2/5 that we're missing and getting ourselves back whole again. This is not about some YouTube videos and all that. We don't care about none of that as Moors. You know what I mean? You know, this is so one, other people could see that Moors are united, because Moors from all over, Moors across the Atlantic Ocean on this thing right now. If they know that they're Moors across the Atlantic Ocean, then who am I to not claim to be Moor over here? If Moors are over there saying that they're Moors and they're wearing fezzes and all that, you know, because they're gonna say Moors don't know what we're talking about. Well, if it wasn't for this platform, you wouldn't have had an Abyssinian tell you, yeah, it is what Moors are talking about. Stop the BS. You're not black. You're none of that stuff. I'm from over there. And I'm letting you know that you're not black people. But they're not going to listen to him because he looks just like them. They want to listen to, you know what I mean, the colonizer.
I wish I just saw the pattern. Like, it seemed like whenever we were in a position to uptake a new type of religion and not just keep it there for the example, you know, we were believing a way, and then outsiders would come in and they would propose a different way. And it wasn't until that we could understand the benefits and we saw value in those benefits that we made that change for. So it's like all of the history that we've been given from their Western outlook, there's been benefits with that. You know, you could accelerate pass through college. You can get plugged into, you know, their whole commercial type system. You can plug into their reality. That's the benefit. You know, you could move the hearts of people because of the limited understanding as a pastor or something like that. Like, that's the benefit. But there's been little benefit shown to what we actually have, and that's because it's already been translated by the times of, you know, the Renaissance and whenever else Europe was able to learn from, you know, Africa or whatever else they want to call it these days, because they saw the benefit and now they plagiarize it. So here we are, scared to plagiarize, scared to really go out and get knowledge on the shit that they told us about that we comprehended at the time, you know, and we're latched on strong to that benefit, trying to either dispel any other type of benefit that we will find over here in the Moorish identity, or just debate it for the sake of whatever banner they're waving. So, man, we really got to check certain things, because it's the principles that can really set us free, because it's not like we all the way off. It's just our angle is.
Yeah, and the The angle that's off is everybody who's not looking at it from this perspective.
Facts.
That's the off angle. The off angle is people claiming all this other stuff instead of just claiming that they're Moors. They want to debate Moors, but like we said, as Moors, we already know what's up. This is not our opinion about something. We know what's up. We've been Moors, we exercise Moors, we live at Moors to know that we're Moors. This is not some stuff we picked up yesterday, and this is something that's DNA.
Yeah.
This is something that as soon as you heard that you're Moors, as soon as you put a fez on, you had a whole different something happen. You put a turban on, and then you're saying the prayer while you're rapping it or whatever, a whole vortex opens. You don't know what's going on, but you're experiencing it because you're a Moor. Everybody gonna experience that if they don't get their feet wet. I see Salam's back. I don't know if you have anything.
Hey, I just wanted to wait. Right before Salam comes on, just want to make a quick comment. Cujo, I thought you were gonna, like, Swindle was talking about the FBI papers, like you didn't read it, and I was surprised that you didn't also pull out the official letter from the Moroccan consulate recognizing Moors.
Yeah.
Like, because I know you got the copy of that. So if Swindle, if you're still listening, you calling the embassy and all that, like, I don't know what that means, because there's an official letter of the Moroccan embassy, the Moroccans recognizing Moors, not just 12 Moors.
Yeah, and ask the embassy about it. Don't just go with what you're saying, because it's them who's saying this. It's not Moor saying this.
And Cujo has that letter because he's shown that letter in other videos and stuff like that. So
and then just to qualify, where the letter came from was Moorish Paradigm by Hakim Bey. That's where the letter initially was first revealed to the Moors, that the Moroccans know who we are. So don't listen to any of these people talking crazy to you that the Moroccans don't know who we are. Yeah, they know who we are. They're very clear as to who the Moors are. It's not a question. They're only saying that because if you're dumb enough to ask them, why would they tell you the truth? You're obviously an agent.
Exactly.
If you don't know that over here is Morocco as well, you're probably an agent. That's how the world's looking at these people. But Salam, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on? I must be an agent then. But first, I want to kind of apologize, man, for going at the other guy, questioning his identity or whatever. So I'll take that L. But
and just to put it out there, only Moors take responsibility like that. But go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right, I'm a Moor then. So I want to get back to the history. We were kind of going through the geography, and you were saying, okay, there was a separation of continents, right? And your premise is basically West Africa, right? Obviously, there was people on both sides of the continent before the split, and you're saying, okay, the split happened, and we resided on the Western Hemisphere, and pretty much that's who we are. We're pretty much the original and indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere. That's correct, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so we have no relation to Africa in a
modern
in a modern sense.
Descendantly, we know who those people are, but we also know that it was one continent, so it wouldn't have been just that one place. It wouldn't just be the people centralized to the place, quote unquote, known as Ethiopia or whatever, because the world was known as Ethiopia at one time. So when you say Ethiopia is the founder of civilization and the world was known as Ethiopia, then where's the founder of civilization from?
So let me ask you. So do you claim that the indigenous, the Native Americans, they're Moors as well? The red-skinned Native Americans?
They're amalgamated, just like the Europeans are amalgamated.
And let me just add to that. Have you read? There's a series of books. dealing with the history, some of the histories in the Americas, and it's there's a book called The Handbook of North American Indians, and it's volume. I have it here actually. I think it's volume 15. Yeah, volume 15, The Handbook of North American Indians. And I couldn't get the original copy, but in this copy that I have, because I remember Brother Asir talked about it, and when he talked about it years ago, I went and I bought the book. But this was an edited version. But in his version, it says that the ancestors of the Native American Indians are Moors and Turks.
Who said that?
It's in the Handbook of North American Indians, volume 15. It's a thick book. I have it here, but if I turn on, hold on a second, 1 second. I'll turn on my camera. Give me a second. Yeah, so I mean, the thing with this though is I don't have the original. Let me see if I can find it though. But hold on a second. All right. This is the book right here. Can you see? Well, Salam, are you looking at the? Can you see stuff or what?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, this is the book here.
Okay.
Right? Handbook of North American Indians. I remember Asir talked about this like 5 or 6 years ago, and I remember buying it, but then this wasn't the original because it was edited, and I think it was on. I think I find it, man. But in this book, I think he said 2. Okay, the origin of the Mizo groups, the Mestizo. The origin of the this is the edit though. The origin of the Mestizo group has always been something of an enigma, and in the absence of historical data, myths and legends have flourished. Among the reputed ancestors of the Mestizos have been Turks, Portuguese, Moors, Italians, Mexicans, Greeks, Cubans, and they have blacks, and of course, American Indians. Now that was the edit, but in Asir's version, it says that the reputed ancestors of the American Indians are Moors and Turks.
Okay.
So he talked about this about 6 years ago or something, and that's when I went out and bought the book, but this was the edited version. So he has the original version.
So, okay, let's say hypothetically, you know, I agree with the premise that, okay, we originate from the Western Hemisphere. And so what was our role and what was our relationship like with the Native Americans? Because there's from Alaska all the way down to Argentina, there's red-skinned Native Americans. We know who they are. Different tribes, different ethnic
came
groups.
late.
So what is our relationship with them?
They came late.
And they came into our land. And that's what I'm saying. So it's our land.
Here.
We were already here. They came in, right?
Yep. Yeah, they came in, and we amalgamated with them eventually. Originally, we went to
war with them. Who am I speaking with?
It's
okay,
Yeshua.
I haven't spoke with you. All right. So,
yeah.
So we went to war with them. We let all these millions of people come on our territory and set up temples and ruins and all that stuff.
No. We built the ruins.
So you're saying the pyramids that the Aztecs built, we built that?
Of course.
And the Incas.
Okay.
Who built the pyramids anywhere else in the world?
Yeah. You got to qualify those groups that you just named. You must qualify that too, because if you're putting your modern concept of who those individuals are or who those peoples are, then you might be making a mistake, because they don't look like what you see today in terms of what's phenotypically presented to the populace of who those different quote unquote tribal individuals are, or societies or nation, Aztec nation of people, quote unquote, let's say. They don't look like what they're showing you right now. And like in ancient times, they definitely didn't look like that. And when you go down to those places, because I've been to Central America, Belize, Guatemala, my family from Jamaica too. So like when I'm down in Belize and you talk to the Garifuna and this actual Mayans still in the jungle there. Like I've seen them. Like I was in the jungle with people who did not speak any type of romantic language. And those people would tell you that the people that look like me and darker, that's even still there, are the original people of those places. You know, like the concepts got to be kind of like recreated, like erase the hard drive, download the new info, because there's been a program, to reconstruct. So even I wanted to go back to a concept that I kind of like became familiar with through my travels, and seeing that even within the legal system, who created that? They didn't create that legal system. So when we hear things like 3/5 of a man and so forth and so on, I feel like originally we were talking about them.
Yeah.
It wasn't them telling us that. Like they took on
Islam more. There you go.
Here's the thing.
There
Here's
you
the thing.
go.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Here's the thing. To be honest with you, the Europeans' opinion of us, whether good or bad,
I lost you. I'm sorry.
That was a lot.
I was actually gonna comment on because he mentioned the Aztecs, right? And this is another comment. This is another comment that I was leaving to the comment that he posted on Rise of the Moors video. The Aztecs were actually the Mali, and if the books that I told you about, like When Rocks Cry Out, that I mentioned also, if you read that book, and they came before Columbus. Mansa Musa sent 300 ships to South America in the 1300s. And he left his brother in charge of the empire, the Mali Empire, on the Alkebulan side. And so Mansa Musa never came back, and they became known as the Aztecs later on. Because when explorers and stuff like that went down and they asked them where they from, they said they're from where the sun rises, which is in the east. And they traveled across the water, which was, so.
See, I had no clue about that, but I'm aware of the game and how it's played.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense that these people don't even have language and so forth and so on, and come up with these vast bodies of legal the legalese and all that. Man, they didn't create that. They didn't create that. No. I've been just through my own experiences fighting these people. When I reach certain pinnacle points, I stop seeing Europeans. And we're talking about the federal system.
There you go.
I stopped seeing Europeans and start seeing it like, I'm like, what is going on here? Who is that guy? Why is the doors locked? You know what I mean? Like, it's real. Like, I started really seeing that, and I'm like, wow, listen, the game is real. Like, potentially it never ended. I don't know who's running the show, you know? They might still have these people playing that middleman role. You know, I got an army of Germans. I'm not German, but I got the bag for the army. So if I got an army of Germans that come into your territory and you think it's some Germans taking your stuff when it's me taking your stuff, you know? Yeah. At the end of the day, you gotta follow the money. Who's cutting the checks around here? You feel me? So I never give them that benefit of the doubt that they the ones in full control of this situation that's going on the ground out here. They put that face in front of you, so the energy goes to them. But that's not who's running the show, I don't feel.
So quick things. I wanted to just reference what Brother Sheldon was speaking on as far as Mali being out here and known as the Aztecs.
That's powerful.
Isn't his brother? His name was Abu Bakari II. So we could look there, and again, that's a whole nother treasure trunk of history that unfolds for us. And Islam or Lord Yeshua as well, because I also don't see Europeans anymore. There was a couple points of history that kind of helped me out outside of what we get in the U.S. And one of those was the 3 episodes chronological history that we get of the Crusades, and then being able to tie that to the Punic Wars, which happened before those times. And it was, I'm already knowing about Phoenicia because of the Bible. I learned a lot about as far as the Phoenician Empire that would grow to civilize Tyre, also known as Sur, and then would also go to, civilize Carthage as well. And then at that point, they would know that the Carthaginians or the Carthagite would be the same as the Phoenicians, so they called them Punic the same. And as soon as they got through with that, so comes the Crusades. And then as soon as those finished, so comes the war on these Americas. And with those all being the same people, it was just like head explosion. So it's like, since they haven't forgot, I don't think we should forget.
Nope, they don't forget. I've been one quick story. I was in a sometimes I refer to them as pilgrims, if for lack of a better word. But I'm in a family member's dentist's office. She was getting some work done, and the guy was going into a conversation about Jews. He was being derogatory. This man looks European. He definitely, not even European, but he looks like he could be Ashkenazi himself. So, and not trying to engage in any type of frivolous nonsense conversation, I just stopped him and asked him, "What's your nationality?" And he stopped his conversation and gave me this look like, he's like, "Oh, I'm Welsh." So yeah, they don't forget. They know. They're like, "Yo, you Welsh. You run fat mouthing about all of this Jew stuff. Let me ask you a question. What's your nationality?" Oh, there was no more conversation about any of that, colored stuff. That colored stuff went out the window. Conversation changed because he realized he wasn't talking to some regular, some black guy, some Negro or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about, guy? Where are you from? Welsh. They're very familiar. They know.
Sorry, Salam, that was my bad. I didn't see you.
And the information about Mali and the Aztec, powerful. You see, I didn't even know that. I just know how the game's played. Like I said, like I already know them people don't. That's not the people. Whatever they showing you, 9 times out of 10, they put a spin on it for their benefit, and the benefit really comes from you just not knowing what's going on around here. Everybody benefits off that, even your own people. Those that know, that's not telling you, they benefiting. So they don't even ask a question whether they getting a check for the black stuff, because they getting the black check. They getting that black check, and it's light too. I have a problem even in the business that I'm involved in. I have people coming to me because of my knowledge base in the industry that I work in, and I have all of these people approaching me about doing these black things, like, yo, we're trying to build a black business conglomerate of. I'm like, man, I have to go back into the basics again with these people. Like, I'm not black, first of all. And I need to get you on a certain type of time for us to even conduct that type of business that you're envisioning. So it becomes very difficult for me. And 9 times I just leave them alone. There's like too much work involved. We're already working trying to work the projects, but it's just you need the learning curve. You come back in a couple years after you do some homework, and then maybe we could talk about doing that level of business. But it's just very difficult these days.
Great.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I got kicked out. I don't know what happened, but I was trying to make a point about.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah. But just to come back, so we originate from the Western Hemisphere, and the Native Americans, we allowed them to set up over here, but we originally, quote unquote, built the monuments, the pyramids of the Mayan pyramids, the Inca, the architecture Incan stuff, all that came from us. That's what you guys are claiming, correct?
Right.
Absolutely. Even up to your local government buildings. Like if you go to your major cities or your major centers, wherever you are geographically, and look at those constructions, look at those buildings built in the 1700s, 1600s, and then build that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going that early, but
brother.
So
Hey, brother, I'm not trying to.
That's not early.
I'm not
That's
trying to.
forward.
I don't want to cut you off, brother, but if you don't even want to go back that far, you could even look up what Obama, the so-called president over here for the United States, right? What he had to say about certain little gems that he brought up as far as where the laws derive here
Yeah,
and
the
where
U.S. doesn't derive from Christian law and so forth. And he
Muslim.
said that. Yep.
So if that doesn't open up some kind of thought in your head or provoke a thought, you know, like I said, we've dropped so many. You could just start with Noble Drew Ali. I don't know why nobody uses this brother's name more. And let me just tell you that you want. I know it sounds corny, but you want more. You want less. You want more. Like it's in your face, but unfortunately, if you can't see, it's like once you see, you can't unsee it. You know. And then once you see it clearly everywhere. Like the song says, I can see clearly now. Like, come on, man. You know,
okay,
there's a reason.
Of course.
So you're saying because you're making these grandiose claims that we built this in
Not
America, right?
claims. These are not
talking about the recent
claims.
stuff. I'm not talking about
No.
like the 1700s. I'm not talking about the 1700s and all that.
I know, but nothing I have uttered is a claim. See, you're still, I'm not attacking you, so don't take this as an attack, and nor is this a claim. These are something you can look up and find.
These are
And
facts.
these are facts, my brother. These are not
It's
claims.
not
I'm not
opinion or
sitting here.
belief.
No, and we
Yeah,
cannot.
even
We
online.
gotta get away from emotions. Like I said earlier, emotions or beliefs. When we talk to one another, if you consider yourself, whatever you consider yourself, you should be able to talk to a man, brother, without feeling some type of way, and just take it for what I'm telling you and look it up. You don't have to believe me. Don't believe me, but go look it up. Seriously, just go look it up. Look up Noble Drew Ali. Look up that letter from George Washington. Look up the Olmecs, because you keep bringing about all this other things, but it's the Madre de Couture, the mother of all cultures. But you don't want to look that up. Like, there is so much that we can look up. Stop asking other people in this chat. Go look for yourself. You are, like I said earlier, once the student is ready, the teacher will appear. You gotta be asking the right questions, and you gotta be right. And you know what I mean? Like with yourself, man. You really do, brother, because then you'll find all the answers you seek.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing.
Say that
There's
again.
no need. Here's the thing. There's no need to be condescending or try to talk down
I'm
to
not
someone.
condescending.
No,
I'm not condescending. I'm not.
No. He said that from the jump. That don't take it as an attack. Before
Yeah.
he started talking, he said, don't take it as an attack. Right?
We should be able to build with one another. If you know something, teach me, because I'm positive I'm ignorant to certain things. And that's another thing. People get mad when you call them ignorant. All it means you just don't know. I'm ignorant to some things. I'm not a chef. I'm pretty sure I talked to one of my buddies and he'll say, wow, you're pretty ignorant because you was trying to put this and this together. That okay, well, teach me. See, I'm willing to learn. But are you, though? Are you really? Because if you're truly, like I said, willing to learn, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, my brother.
You got that, Salam?
And then your name, it says Salam. I mean, you should understand what I'm telling you. I mean, just look up that word, Salam. Just look up Salam.
Yeah, I think it's
Highway. And then the word highway, that means brother from back to a place where that word Salam comes from. But that's another conversation. We can have it another time. But you got to be willing to put in the work, though, because I could show you a bunch of stuff that other brother Sheldon was telling you about, a bunch of books. But if you don't understand what we're telling you or willing to go look it up, it's just going to feel like a huge disconnect. And you're going to keep thinking we're attacking you when we're bringing you the facts you're asking for.
That you're looking for. Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, buddy? Oh, you got your game? Okay. Give me 1 second and I'll go over there and play with you, okay? Thank you. But I got to get off this feed. I got things I need to take care of.
Thanks for the
I
build,
want to
bro.
give thanks and all respect, you know, to all my brothers, to the Most High, to Noble Drew Ali. If you consider yourself Habesha, to all my Hawe and Haftes, you know, whatever you consider yourself, you are a part of me some way, somehow. So remember that, you know, and much love.
Give thanks, Nabzi.
Peace, bro.
Peace, bro.
Great build. Great build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Salam is off again.
Yeah, Salam thing's tripping.
Mm.
This thing's tripping.
Yeah.
I swear.
Hey, I got 1%, so I'm probably going to be out next. Islam to all the
Islam,
Moors in
bro.
the chat. Islam to all the Moors that have been in and out the panel. I hope nobody gets discouraged. I mean, we got a definite, you know, distinctive type of energy amongst whatever you identify yourself as. So don't ever be scared of your sojourn, in the words of Grand Sheik, because it's really all what you take into account for your own responsibility, for your own growth, for your own betterment. So it don't matter how you come. If you leaving with stuff, just don't let your ego have a taste in your mouth. Just do the research, because we all was in a place where the stuff that we had to go out and learn seemed daunting. You know what I mean? It seemed like a big hill and we at the bottom of it. But getting through that is where the strength is. And you're going to be able to help other people and be able to reach them no matter where they at, because of where you come from. Islam. So, yeah, everybody just stay on that upward. Honest to the
Islam,
most.
or
Islam.
thanks.
Islam.
Thanks. I guess Salam. I guess Salam. Well, we'll see if he comes back on.
Yeah, he's right there. Hold on.
Okay.
Salam, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When I talk about proof or you know, certain things, like for example, Cujo, he posted a video I think a week or two ago about the Black Moors, right? The quote unquote Black Moors, and he did he was posting clips from a European documentary. Now I already did research on the Black Moors, so there's no reason for me to debate or to say prove that, you know, that dark skinned people ruled in Europe in the Middle Ages, because we can prove that. We can go through the family crest. We can see it. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not going to debate that. I'm not going to say, oh, this didn't happen, or there's a possibility that, you know, we're related to these people. I'm not going to debate Al-Andalus or things of that nature. But when someone says that they're indigenous to the Americas, it says, okay, that's fine. You're making that claim. Now you have to prove it. But what you guys are saying is saying, hey, the Native Americans, the native tribes, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Olmecs, or quote unquote, we'll put that to the side, because that's subject. That's an older one of the oldest civilizations.
No, that's the oldest. That's the oldest.
I'll put an asterisk on that. Okay.
That's
we'll put
the
an asterisk
oldest.
on that. Huh?
That's the oldest.
That's the oldest, right?
That's them. So if
I'll put an asterisk on that, right? I'll put that. But you're saying the Aztec civilization, that's us. You're saying the Incan civilization, that's us. And what I'm saying is that can't be proven. And if you can prove it, I would just like you to forward me the information. Simple as that, or forward me the references.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. What did you write down those books that I was telling you about?
It shouldn't take 1,000 books, man. It should. All you have to do is point me to a reference.
Of course. No. Hold on a second. It has to take a lot of books, because you have to cross-reference stuff. You can't get it in one book. Come on,
If it's a primary, you should be able to prove it in primary.
So what do you consider a primary source then?
For example, the Black and Moor stuff, I didn't have to go get 1,000 books to learn that. I didn't have to. It was. I went through the references every time there was pictures or Moors or reference in Middle Age in medieval Europe. I went through the references. I went through the primary research and figured out. Okay,
let me ask you this question before Malik Bey gets in there. Let me ask you this question. So, which came first, Europeans or dark-skinned people?
We know the answer to that question. We know.
So Okay, so why are you saying that dark-skinned people could rule Europe, but dark-skinned people can't rule America?
I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying there's no proof that it happened.
But we just told you Olmec heads. What more you want than granite heads over here that look like us?
Yes, but that doesn't mean
primary
source. Even if they were quote unquote dark. Well, we know they're dark skinned people, but we don't have proof that they are your direct ancestors. That's the difference.
Okay,
Brother Malik, you want to get in there? Hold on, let me get Brother Malik in there. Islam more.
Islam family. Islam family. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, man. I just wanted to say that I ain't gonna stay long, man. And this is no disrespect to any Moor out there. See, as I keep listening to different Moors, like in the chat when they talk and stuff, I feel the problem that they keep having is they don't understand that all civilization came through one womb, which is the Great Moabites. So if every other ethnic, no matter if they Ottoman or Almac or whatever you want to call it, they all came through the womb of the Great Moabitess woman. That will give you the bloodline of a Moabite or a Canaanite. That would make you a Moor. So it don't matter what tribe or ethnicity you want to call it, you have Moorish blood in your body. So you are a Moor. It don't matter where part of the world that you reside, you're a Moor. You're a Moor. And I just keep listening to people not use common sense. It's common sense.
Yep.
I don't be understanding it. It's like you can give people reference points on how to figure this stuff out. I didn't even have to read literature. Once I heard that everybody came through that one womb, I understand the universe. Like, if everybody, that's like a family. If your grandmother is the head of the family, she has a child, which would be your mother, and your mother meets your father and they have a child, which become you. That doesn't cut off the link to your grandmother. Your grandmother blood is still in you. So that will make you whatever your grandmother is. That's the point I'm making about how we are all Moors, no matter where you're from. They all came through that one womb. So we are all connected. We're all Moors.
If you want to take that stance, then the European is a Moor. And if you want to go even further, then what do we want? Huh?
Yeah, they are. The Europeans are Moors. Like the brother said, they're amalgamated Moors. See, the problem that goes back to what Taj said. We always want to take the good. We never want to take the good and the bad of what we did. We did messed up things. We experimented doing stupid stuff, and we created offsprings that wasn't for. I mean, they're still a part of us because they still have our bloodline, but they are, you know what I'm saying? They like the connotative Moors, and we're the denotative Moors.
Just like that.
And see, that's the part that I see that a lot of Moors fail to realize. They don't understand that concept, so they go off into, this tribe over here and this people over here, not realizing they are all, no matter if they say something different or label the ethnicity different, they all are Moors. That's why the headdress, I don't have my fez on, but that's why the headdress is so important, because it recognizes you no matter what part of the world you in, who you are.
Wherever you go. And Brother Sheldon could vouch for that. Albacet could vouch for that, that no matter where you go, once you have that turban on, you automatically know that you're not like the rest of the niggers. They're looking at you different. They're looking at you totally different.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say something. I wanted to get back to what Salam was saying about primary sources, right? Now you're talking about, you watched the video that Cujo did and you saw pictures and stuff like that, right?
Right.
And you took that as a primary source. So if you
I didn't take that as a primary source. I already knew before that there was like a more, like years ago, but I'm just using that as an example, meaning there's no, like, no one has to play games. I don't have to go through 1,000 books. We already know that Black and Moors existed.
Okay, so then what do you consider a primary source? Because if that's the case, why can't you take the Olmec heads as a primary source that exists? That are
because it's so ancient. Because it's so ancient, and because that phenotype we can see it expressed in other darker skinned populations that we're not directly related to.
But you see
that's why.
Yeah, but then see, once again, that doesn't make any sense. Now it's so ancient. If it goes back far, isn't that primary, number one? If something
primary
goes
in the sense, it's primary in the sense that we can prove that the civilization existed and that dark-skinned people originate there. It's not primary in the sense that we can't prove our direct lineage from there.
Okay.
So
well,
the argument. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the argument is that we originate from the Western Hemisphere. We have nothing to do with Africa. Our ancestors didn't come from Africa. No transatlantic slave trade, etc. So that's the position that Cujo and the Moors, I believe the rest of the Moors take that position as well. And so I'm trying to figure out how you guys came to this conclusion.
Okay, well, let me ask. Sorry, you finished? Go ahead. Let me let
go ahead. You can go. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, hold on. Before you guys go ahead and engage, I'm gonna go ahead and fall back and get back to listening. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to put my input in, but yeah, I'm gonna fall back and listen and let you guys. You gonna continue to teach and stuff, and I'm gonna continue to learn.
Give thanks, Moor.
Give thanks, Moor.
Give thanks, man. Islam, peace, family.
Islam.
All right, so I wanted to ask you about this. Now, I'll take an example. You know what sickle cell is, right?
Correct.
Okay, now in order for a child to have sickle cell, both parents need to have a trait, right?
Okay.
You know that?
I don't know about sickle cell like in depth. So go ahead.
Okay.
Teach.
So in order for a child to get the disease, so there's people that have the trait and two people with the trait, when they come together, right, the child has a chance of getting the disease. If one person with a trait marries somebody that doesn't have a trait, nothing happens to the child, right?
Right.
Now, if two people with the trait get together, their children have a 25% chance of getting the disease. Now, when two people get together, there's 8 million different genetic codes that they can have, which means that so if they had 8 million children, 2 million of them would get the disease. But there's another 6 million that don't. So if what you're saying is there's no real genetic link and stuff, if you're talking genes, two people could have 8 million different genetic codes of children. So you can't narrow it down to Western African and looking this way and stuff like that, because that doesn't make any sense. Because if what you're saying is the truth, then every single pair, male and female, that come together that had a child, if they had any type of disease, whatever disease that would, every single child would get it. And that's not how nature works. It's the same way, like there's a book called the Science of Regeneration, and it's talking about how nature wants people to survive. So if you have like let's just say in your family you have the men have prostate cancer or something like that, and they're constantly dying of prostate cancer. Nature would make it so that the two parents would have a whole bunch of boy children. You'll get 1 or 2 girls in there, but if you had like 10 children, 8 of them would be boys and 2 of them would be girls. It's because nature wants to give the boys every single chance to survive. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. Your mic is kind of low.
Oh, my mic is kind of low?
No, you're clear. Probably his ears. All
right. All that to say that when you start talking genetics and stuff like that, if each male and female are able to have 8 million different genetic strains, you can't really say that we're only from Western Africa. And that's one of the myths that once they start talking about DNA and stuff like that, I mean, Brother Yusuf talked about this. There's a whole bunch of articles about the hoax of the DNA stuff because there's stuff that they don't know yet. So if that's one thing, so that's one thing that you got to look into as well. Because if what you're saying is the case, yes, I mean, certain genetic strains go extinct or whatever like that. But if so-called DNA tests are true and they can go back to 40,000 years and all that stuff and 60,000 years and stuff like that, that means that that original gene or whatever is somewhere within everybody in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say about that. And like I said, the prime example of that is just take sickle cell as an example. And there's other diseases as well.
Hold on, my audio is kind of tripping. Let me exit and come back in. Hold on.
No, we're hearing you. We're hearing you.
You can hear me clear?
Yeah, loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay, I can't hear you guys as well.
Okay, so then maybe some.
So I hear what you're saying with the breakdown like that. So my thing is this though. We were over here. We were amalgamated with the Native Americans. Where did Islam come into play? With us being on the Western Hemisphere, when did Islam come into play with us?
Islam is knowledge of self. If your mindset of Islam is people running around a cube and kissing black stones and Ramadan and all that, then that's not Islam. That's modern Islam, but that's not ancient Islam. And ancient Islam honored astrology, cosmology. Ancient Islam was about self and, whether it's eating right, thinking right, etc.
And just to add on to what Cujo is saying, once again, those books that I mentioned.
The books again.
Going back to the books.
Books again.
When Columbus came here and he was sailing to South America, he saw mosques. He saw mosques on mountains in Jamaica as well as in Cuba. And when he came across here, obviously there were Moors on his ship telling him how to get there because they were already in Americas. A lot of them were coming back home. And when he landed, they communicated right away with the so-called natives because the natives already spoke Arabic, Chaldean, and Hebrew, as well as their other native tongues that they spoke. And if you go and check the books that I told you about, you get all that information.
Right. So I've read quotes about Columbus coming to the Caribbean and being greeted by people that spoke Arabic and a quote unquote mosque
and Hebrew.
I have to go back because I want to be as accurate as possible because when I did my due diligence, the last time I remember, it was a while ago. It was this quote, this reference was I don't know if it was a forgery or what it was, but it was fake. But I want to be sure before I make that claim because I'm just going off the top of the head. So I'll go back and do the research on that.
Okay.
And if it pans out, it pans out.
Right.
Fair enough.
Then I would ask you too, if you read that was false, how many sources did you get that information that it was false from?
And how many said it was true?
Exactly. So that's what I mean. I want to go back and make sure it's right.
Because what I'm saying is, if you read that somewhere that it was false, I gave you how many books? How many books did I give you? So if I gave you, I don't know how many books, 8 or 9 books.
Yeah.
If you come back with one source saying that it's false, and I gave you like 9 books, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the facts outweigh
exactly
the false claims. But brother I see you in there. I don't know if you have anything to add.
So, hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so also this whole thing with nationality, because at the end of the day, if everybody's a Moor, whether amalgamated or the the originals.
Hold on, Salam. Let me say one more thing before
okay,
you
go ahead.
Let me just say one more thing. Just like the brother was saying earlier about certain things getting presented and then they get blown over because people don't really understand what's being said to them, right? Now, Christopher Columbus is supposed to be the first European to come over here. When he came over here, the people who he met, they weren't speaking Indian languages. They were speaking Arabic and Hebrew over here. So that's supposed to shatter the paradigm of everything that you've been told. Because nobody's ever told you that they came over here and they saw domed buildings. They didn't see teepees over here. They didn't see grass skirt people. They saw silks, and they saw certain trade and commerce going on over here. That it looked exactly like the stuff where they came from. This is why they said the people that they bumped into here were Moors. And that's why the guys could just jump off Christopher Columbus's boat and go talk to the people on the other side of the Atlantic, because they're the same people with the same languages. That has to register that they came over here, they saw some people here, and they're looking at the people, the Europeans, colonizers that came over here with Moors on their boat, saw the Moors get off their boat and go talk to the people across the Atlantic Ocean in the same language. That's supposed to let you know something. It's not.
Yeah, but
not up for
I can't take it at face value because there's so much other questionable things.
But that's the thing.
For example,
there isn't.
When you're saying,
that's why I gave you all those books, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why I gave you all the books, and I'll give you another one. Read The Time Walker. That's by a quote unquote Native American who breaks the whole thing down. That's another book that you can read, The Time Walker, if you can find it.
Let me ask you a question. You guys do know there was conquistadors, dark-skinned conquistadors, right? That came over with Columbus, right?
Yeah.
Most definite. Yes. We're not in
you know that they went into Mexico City. I think his name was Juan Moreno, something like that. He went in with Columbus. At first he was kind of like I guess you would call like a I want to say servant class, but what do you call it? Like a warrior class, kind of slave, like a warrior slave, whatever. I forgot what the term is. But anyways, he elevated and he became a conquistador, and he established in Mexico. So he's over there. Is he over there killing Moors? This guy, this black this so-called black conquistador. He's over there killing Moors, and
that's like saying you do know that the guy in Chicago that lives across the street from the other guy shot at him and missed him and killed 5 people who had nothing to do with anything. You do know that, right?
Yes and no, because Chicago, yes, there's violence amongst regular people, but we're talking about this guy has an allegiance to Spain, and he's going to overthrow what you say is a Moorish kingdom.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That the guy who's murdering the guy in Chicago, those 2 guys are brothers. They live across the street from each other. Their moms used to wipe each other's asses or whatever. And now they're shooting at each other. That's the issue. Our people not wanting to accept what it is. They always want to debate something. Like we said, as soon as you hear that Christopher Columbus came over here and he bumped into some Moors, automatically that's supposed to register in your brain as something. If it doesn't register, it probably means that you're not your wires aren't connected properly in your brain. No, hold on, brother is good.
Islam, Islam, Islam. First and foremost, give all highest honors to our prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I have a question for the young brother on the line. I've been listening to you, sir. And I come to you in love, no hatred. I understand where you're coming from. I know you have questions. It's good that you're asking. Because the worst question you could possibly ever have is the one that you never ask. Or worse than that, the one you never get the opportunity to ask. So I give thanks to you for taking the opportunity. I hope, my wish, my prayer is that you're made of the metal needed to withstand the weight of the knowledge that's being bestowed to you right now. Question I have for you, sir, and again, from a place of love. Are you asking this because you're trying to see if there is some type of tie to so-called Native American / indigenous, to Moors on this land that you call Americas, the continent, North, Central, South, and the adjoining islands?
Am I asking this because of what? You're questioning why? You want to know why
I am asking you if what you are in search of is for a quick, concise bit of information that doesn't require you to purchase or acquire an entire library so that you can have self-verified, quote unquote, so-called Native Americans or Moors.
Yes and no, because if I have substantial, like some serious references, then I wouldn't mind, going and buying some serious books. But like, I think I have a pretty thick library, and the thing is that there's too much substantial evidence of the West African slave trade, and so when someone says something contrary, I want to know where they're getting it from. Now, the thing is that if there is evidence of this thing going on, what's like Cujo said, he's saying, hey, Christopher Columbus coming to the Caribbean and meeting people that spoke Arabic and so on and so forth, that should be enough to get the ball rolling. Now I told him even prior to him stating that, I said, okay, I recall, my latest recall was that it was false, but let me go back and dig a little deeper. So I'll credit him with that. I'll say, okay, I'll credit with that. But aside from that, I still have it. The biggest issue is there's just way too much substantial evidence of the African presence in the Americas, and it's too overwhelming. You could just go to Haiti, you can go to Jamaica. America is the so-called Black Americans are the least African of the dark-skinned populations of the New World. But if you go to Brazil, no one's calling themselves Moors. All these people are saying they descend from slaves from Africa. All these people, these dark-skinned populations are saying it, and it can't be the European forcing them to believe that.
I know, but that's a different story. You might want to look at.
Sorry, say again.
You might want to look at the company you keep, but that's a different story. Again, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'll shorten it and make it brief because you seem to get lost. I'm asking you, Cherokees, Lakota, the Sioux, those you would call Native Americans?
Yes.
Okay. You ever heard of a tribe called the Lenni Lenape?
Yes, in North Carolina, yes.
Actually, they're from all the way down North Carolina. That'd be the Pembroke side, going all the way north to so-called what they now call Narragansett, or New England in colonial speak. The reason why I asked if you are familiar with those so-called tribes names, and I'm only saying so-called tribes, not to say that they're not. That's a cultural thing. If you live on that block, you from that piece of land, and they eat acorns, well, goddamn, if you there too, you're probably going to eat some acorns too, because that's what they got. I asked you about these tribes because you seem to be computer literate. I'm going to give you that.
Hey, man, stop being condescending. Get to the point, dude.
With all due respect, I allowed you
If
to
you give me
speak.
respect, then stop giving me backhanded,
All
like,
due
you give me
respect,
backhanded disses.
I allowed
Come
you
on, dude.
With all due respect, I allowed you to speak. Please pay the same common courtesy. It's a reciprocated relationship here of love, but
Go
not
ahead.
all sweet. You say you know the Lady Lalapi. You say you're computer savvy. I gave that to you. Go to your browser and search for something. Search for the 2016 Delaware Indian tribe.
You're breaking up. Can't hear you.
2016 Delaware Indian tribe code low.
I hear you.
Love.
2016 Delaware code.
You got that written down, Salam?
2016 Delaware Code.
Brother Is, you there?
I think you're tripping with his phone.
Yeah, something.
Islam, I cannot hear.
Yeah, something must be tripping with your feed. You said the 2016 Delaware Code, and what's the code? Is there a code? Is there a code attached to that?
Title 29, subsection 106, 2016 Delaware Code.
Okay.
Salam, somebody just put it in the chat if you're looking at the chat.
Yeah, I got you.
Read point 4. Unfortunately, I can't see the chat right now.
Well, it's all good. More put it in there.
But you will clearly see this ain't, since you don't want to go back past the Olmecs, and I understand there's been a lot of misinformation over the years that's been pushed out. But you told me you know the Ledi Lalapi tribe. I'm showing you, if you went to the whatever search engine you used and search for the terms, you probably got a site like justia.com, law.justia.com. That's not some conspiracy website. It's a site you can use to reference legal cases, their codes. When you get there, you'll see they do mention the Ledi Lalapi tribe. But they also tell you their history and how they were called Moors prior to Indian. Now, I'm not getting energetic because I'm rude. Far from it. I have no animosity to your brothers. But these brothers here on the line have entertained your questions all day. And yeah, there have been some events, some statements, where, shall we say, you may have gotten the short end of the stick, butt of a joke.
All right, man. All right, man. It's good talking to you, bro. Because, like, next person, I mean,
if you're not listening or not. Because see, you're talking now on My channel.
You're
channel,
like, come on,
that's
man.
my temple. So the same as I gotta hear your idiotic,
Say something in substance, man.
ignorant things, it's the same as you're
Come
gonna
on,
have.
dude. Come on,
So
man. You got to try
gotta
better.
talk over all you want, but it doesn't change the fact. It doesn't hide the truth. It only shows your ignorance.
All right,
Because
man.
you're
We
the
got it.
one
I'm ignorant,
trying
man.
to
You got it, man. You got it, champ.
someone's throwing you a lifeline, and you're saying no because it don't match your shoes. You're
All right,
saying
man. You got it, man. I got to learn more. I got to go study, man.
that that's it.
I got to go study, man. So, I mean, you seem like you're irritated because I'm asking questions. That's the whole point of this whole stream was to ask questions.
The aggravation isn't from the questions. Not at all. This shows that you're starting to think. But what can get people upset is when you hold a disrespectful tone in regards to our illustrious history that you still don't understand is yours, as well as mine, as well as the Grand Heckies, as well as the other brothers on this channel. There's no one man who could come and tell you in 5-10 minutes thousands upon thousands of years of history. That's your sojourn. And that bowl of spaghetti, go figure out what strain you want to trace down. If you're divine about it, it's going to tie back closer than you can ever imagine.
Can I respond if you don't mind?
Didn't ask a question, but go right ahead.
Okay. Here's where I'm coming from. For example, if someone says, "Hey, were the ancient Egyptians dark skinned?" Right? Were they dark skinned people? Right? I can without telling them to go to 1,000 books, I can tell them which tomb to go and look up. I can give this a primary, right? Without them even flying to ancient Egypt to go visit the tombs themselves, they can go certified that the actual photograph or the actual, they can go into it and figure out, okay, the ancient Egyptians depicted themselves like this. The Nubians depicted themselves like this. Okay? It doesn't take all day, and you could pretty much, within 30 minutes, you could pretty much put one and one together and figure out it's two, right? So it shouldn't be controversial. So the same way that these guys are saying that that we descend from the Western Hemisphere, it shouldn't be too like tricky. It should just be like, okay, go look over here, and you'll see that was us. That's what I'm saying.
Can I respond?
We could certify that the Black Moors. We could certify the Moors of Northwest Africa, literally the continent. We could certify the Nubians. We could certify a lot of things.
Right.
But the Western Hemisphere indigenous Aboriginal thing has yet to be certified.
But
who? First off, in your view, I'm so sorry to bring this up to you, but the same as you can tell me that Nubia, ancient Kemet, or ancient Egypt, Higuta, if I'm married, has been certified, well, who certified that? A. B, if you're going to tell me that I can't show you the Olmec rocks, the rockheads that are not little pebbles, we're talking about multi-ton, 1 unit piece rocks.
It's 9
of us carved in it, older than anything else out here, and we haven't even gone to the Temple of the Sun and the Moon, or what you call South America, since you like to bring up Aztec and Inca, but don't say nothing about Olmec, especially since the Inca and the Aztecs and the Mayans all claim they come from the Olmecs. And all those temples are theirs. We inherited from them. But that's okay. You'll find that too. I'm kind of just spoiling the endings for you, same as the other brothers here, because we're telling you it straight. Now, if you don't have issue with it, you don't want to take it, fine. That is your choice. Go try to disprove it.
Yo, I just wanted to add something. Now, Salam, the exact same way that you just said, if somebody asks you a question, you could say, go look at this, and go look at this, right? And it's easy. It's the same way I'm telling you, go look at this book, go look at this book, go look at this book. You're contradicting yourself, dude. It's the exact same thing. And then
I don't have to give you books to prove ancient Egyptian.
Dude, you just said you can give somebody, you tell them to go look at this picture, go online and look at this. I'm telling you, look at this book, look at this book, look at this book. It's the fact is you don't want to do that. That's the whole. That's what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. You don't want to do that. You just want to see a picture, right? I could tell you. Dr. Alim Bey took a trip to South America, and he talked to the Mayans there, and one of the Mayan guides, when he was taking the trips, told him, you know what? Since I made a pact that I said, if Obama gets into office, any Asiatic that comes from the Americas, I'm going to tell them the truth. And he said that in front of a whole bunch of Europeans, that the Mayans come from the Olmec, and it's you guys, the Moors from the Americas. I could tell you that, and I could tell you
who said that.
Huh?
You have a video of that?
I don't have the video. Alim Bey said it in a video. Alim Bey said
it's hearsay.
No. Alim Bey said it in a video that he went down there. That's number one. Number two, I could tell you, go look at Red Pill and Blue Pill's video when they were on the bus in South America, and they were talking to the guy on the bus, talking about, yes, the Mayans come from the Olmecs. I could tell you to go look at that too. So you're choosing, you want to see the video rather than the book because you want the quick answer. You don't want to study. So that's your choice. You can't say that it's not relevant. You can't say that. I gave you like 9 or 10 books, but you don't want to do that. You want the video.
You want the microwave version.
You want the microwave version.
No, I love to study. The issue is not studying. The issue is like, okay, if I'm gonna go purchase these books and invest in this, I don't want to be like, okay, here we go, another pseudo author just trying to create some kind of theory. I want to know, like, I want to see something kind of tangible. For example, if I tell you to go to the tomb of Hui and see the Nubians, that's a direct thing. No time wasted. I prove my point.
Okay, but hold on a second. Did you go to the tomb?
I can cross-reference and prove that the primary is fact.
No. That's not the question. Why are you telling me to go to the tomb if you didn't go?
I don't mean literally go. What I mean is go pull up the tomb.
Bro, it's the same thing. Your argument.
It's not the same thing. If I tell you to go Google the tomb of Hui, you can pull it up.
Yeah, but your argument is mute because I'm telling you to go read these books because I've read them, and you're telling me to go someplace that you've never been. Your argument is mute.
Yeah,
I didn't tell you to go somewhere literally, man.
You can't say that. That's a you can't say that.
I didn't tell you to go somewhere literally, dude.
No, not even go literally. But you're talking about, okay, so where did you get this brilliant idea that some tomb is letting you know who the Nubians are? Like, where'd that come from? You just pulled that from the sky, or did somebody tell you?
It goes back to my original point, Cujo. Like, for example, if you want to prove the Black Moors, it's very simple. It doesn't take like 10 books. It's very simple. So you can point to family crest. You can go to certain castles. You can go to certain statues and monuments and prove it within a 15-minute search.
But then I can go back to the Olmecs to see it. But then I could go back to the Olmecs to see if. Yeah, but I could go back to the Olmecs that are there, and you're choosing not to deal with that.
I said, oh, the Olmecs will get credit to it, but it's still enough substantial proof to say these are our direct ancestors.
Bro, there shouldn't be any buts, because I could say that the same thing with the family crests, which are drawings. Come on, man, stop, bro, stop.
The reason, let me explain my position. The reason why I'm taking this hardline position with the Western hemisphere is because we have in Brazil, we have millions of people that say they come from Africa, especially Angola region. Then you go to Haiti. You're
No,
not.
that's a lie, because you never talked to 1 million people in Brazil. You're just saying something. I spoke, for example, right? I met personally with people from Puerto Rico who say we're not Puerto Rican, we're Borican, because Puerto Rico is a fiction. We're the Aboriginal and indigenous people here. We're not foreigners from somewhere else because I can't go to the United States. United States is part of my land. I know Puerto Ricans, so-called, who I met and I talked to them personally and had this conversation with them. So if they know that they're the indigenous people, and then I talk to the Haitians because there's fez on top of the coconut tree on the Haitian flag, and they're telling me that they're Aboriginal and indigenous, and they agree with everything that I'm saying. And then I talk to somebody in Guyana, and they're telling me about the days of Guyana, and days a Moorish name, and they're from there. They're not talking about across the Atlantic Ocean. And then I go to Jamaica, and they're talking about Portmore and Moorland there. And then I go to Tobago, and they're talking about Canaan over there. And then I go to all these different countries in South America, and all of them are agreeing that they're the Aboriginal and indigenous people, and the Europeans really the foreigner. Then what is there to debate? What is there to check? The same way that you say 15 minutes you can go whatever, 15 minutes you could read a book and pull out so much information in 15 minutes, verifying the same points that we're making. But like Brother Sheldon saying, if you're taking the position that you don't want to go read, you want something to be given to you, just given to you in your lap, then you're really not gonna get it. That's what Brother Is was getting at. That are you really here because you want to learn, or are you here to challenge everything that you hear just because you think you know something?
A little bit of both. I'll tell you.
Between Sheldon, between the other Moors that were on here, the amount of reference points that you got, you should have a note full of books, and you shouldn't even be on here right now. You should be researching after all the stuff that you got from these Moors on this. And if we say, all right, what you have in your notes right now? We've been on here 3 hours. And the whole thing was calling all the Moor hating trolls, people who are in our comments, people who are in our chat, people who are whatever. And then we put out information for 3 hours. So we're asking you, how much pages of notes you got over
there? I'm a grown man, dude. I'm not in school.
So then you're wasting our time, because I could also say in Brazil, they say moreno. They don't call themselves negro.
That's from Portuguese. They don't mean moreno as in Moors.
That's in Brazil, regardless, because I've talked to Brazilians face to face. So say what you want. One girl that
here's what I'm trying to say.
One girl that I build with out here, she's from Brazil, and we talk all the time. So I mean, like,
and she said she's a Moor.
She says she's moreno. They don't say negro; they say moreno. Moreno.
I know moreno has to do. Everybody's called moreno means dark skin. That has nothing to do with nationality.
You don't even know what nationality means.
Come on, dude. Just let's stick to the point. I'm gonna deal with that too.
That's the whole point. That's our whole point. Is nationality is the order of the day. What's nationality mean?
But you know what?
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. Can I just talk to one person at a time?
But hold on, I just want to say this. What Cujo just said, asking you if you took notes, you're wasting our time. Completely.
I'm not wasting anyone's time, because I can always go back to the chat and pick up all the information.
All this. Oh, so you're gonna watch the video again, and you're gonna get all the books then?
I can if there's something substantial to bite on, no problem.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You see, that's why I'm saying you're wasting our time, because the fact that you haven't read these books, none of these books.
Cujo put a live stream out and said, "Come on and challenge what we have to say."
Pioneers of France, all that you haven't read any of these books, and then you're still deciding whether they're relevant or not, but you don't know what's in them. You're wasting our time, bro. It's a waste of time.
Cujo, I don't even know who you are, but Cujo put a line out and said, "Hey, if you got an issue, challenge me." So I came on. He's saying I was scared. I said, "Okay, let me see what he's talking about."
Okay,
So,
and we're giving you information.
and so I'm not wasting anybody's time because he invited me onto the stream. So I don't even know who you are to even waste your time. I don't
Okay, so
know,
then,
I don't know you.
So then this has nothing to do. So then this has nothing to do about any of the questions that you had or learning anything. Then, right? That's what you're saying.
This has to do with he's making claims. I said the context. The whole point of me coming on the show is okay. You're saying certain things. Okay, I'll pick up on it. I'm not a hater. I'm not going to say, oh, this isn't true. This is not true. If it sounds true, then I'll pick up on it. If it sounds like BS, then I'll be like, nah.
But how do you know if it sounds true if you don't freaking do the research, bro?
If you don't check,
because I'm telling you, you're saying, oh, they call themselves morenos. And I asked the question: are they referring to nationality or skin complexion? Simple question.
They're referring to skin complexion.
They're referring
exactly.
To skin
complexion. So not everything. I'm like I said.
Hold on a second, but
Go ahead.
Blackamoor is talking about skin complexion. Any dark-skinned Negro is a blackamoor. So if she's saying moreno, which is talking about skin complexion, and it has more in it, and blackamoor is talking about skin complexion, and that has more in it, then what are you debating? Moors are dark-skinned people. She said, I'm moreno. Doesn't matter about nationality. Her nationality is Brazilian.
And that's all you picked up in 3 hours.
Dude, picked up. Anyways, so I'm gonna stick to what Kujo's saying. So yes, we're talking about skin color, right? So you're saying her nationality is Brazilian. I thought her nationality is Moor.
Brazilians are Moors. What are you talking about? Brazilians.
So okay, let's deal with nationality.
Aren't Brazilians dark-skinned people?
Some of them are. A lot of them are. There's a lot of pale ones too.
You just said all of them came from Africa or whatever. If all of them came from Africa, wouldn't that mean that they're dark-skinned? Or
not all of them.
Or did the Europeans get brought over here on the slave trade with the Negroes too? Because now you're all over the place. Now you don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Nah, I know what I'm talking about.
No,
the Portuguese brought African slaves to Brazil.
Brazilians call themselves Moreno. And anybody who speaks Spanish calls themselves Moreno. Then how is it that they don't know that they're Moors? How do you get that they don't know that they're Moors? They're not going to call themselves Negro, which means black. They're going to call themselves Moreno, which means dark skin. Clearly, they know who they are if they're not going to call themselves a fiction.
And they know that negro is an insult.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Okay, you literally have a singer called Amara La Negra. So negra is it just means like literally black, like dark skin. Moreno is for like someone like
derogatory, just like nigger.
So she's calling herself the N-word.
Yep. Spanish people don't call themselves negro and negra. Incompetent people do, just like the ones in the north. Incompetent people call themselves black and negro and colored. People who have sense call themselves Moors. That's just what it is.
If you go to the Dominican Republic, right, or you go to any Hispanic-speaking, nation, they don't do like race like here in America where black white. They don't do it like that.
What do they do?
They do it like rubia. For example, a pale skinned person would be called rubia.
Rubia means blonde.
Right. I know that, man. Just follow. Just stick with what I'm saying. So a pale skinned person would be called rubia, right?
I'm from. So you're talking about from where my bloodline comes from.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So you should already know, right? So
know
there's
about
different.
And we know that we're Moors. We know we're Moors. Why don't you?
So okay. Let's say you guys know you're Moors. So who are these people in Salvador, Brazil, and Bahia, and Haiti, and Jamaica, and all these places saying they're Africans? What are they? Are they crazy?
Yeah,
no, I never met them to say that they were African. When I talked to someone from Jamaica, they told me they're maroon.
Some of the Maroons, they went to the mountains to escape slavery. Yeah, I know that.
And Maroons
So then why, if you know that some are, why are
some, but not all,
those that are with the slave narrative? That's my question.
The slave narrative?
Yeah. If you're calling yourself African, black, in any of the courts, if you think that America sits between a so-called place called Canada and so-called Mexico only, then right there is your problem. You still got the colonial mindset. Nothing wrong with it, other than it's completely wrong, and it's what's preventing you from seeing the truth.
But the Europeans are Moors, so why is it colonial? They're Moors too, right?
But they're newcome Moors.
They're amalgamated Moors.
Amalgamated, Johnny come lately. They weren't here for no more than maybe 6,000 years. You know the planet way older than that.
Polite,
you know polite. That the pyramids are even older than that. So why are we giving credence to somebody who just got here 6 seconds ago?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If nationality is the order of the day, and you're saying that all hello?
Yeah,
yeah, so we're saying that all dark-skinned people, regardless of tribe, we're destroying the tribal lines, all the ethnic identities that they say they have. And we're saying they're all Moors. So if that's the case, then there's no need for a nationality because there's no more nationalities. You guys are getting rid of all the ethnic identities. No more Somalis, no more Igbos, no more Yorubas, no more Zulus, no more Aztecs, no more Mayans, no more different tribes, different ethnic groups, different nations. Now everybody's the one people.
Salam. Let me ask you a quick question. Where does culture live?
Where does culture live?
Yes.
That's a nonsensical question.
Exactly.
See, because you haven't started studying.
Where does culture live? It lives anywhere where there's human beings existing.
Yeah, but how?
It's a nonsensical question.
How? Can you invite it up?
How does it live?
Yeah,
how does it?
Hold on, real quick. Can I ask the Grand Sheik a question?
Huh?
I just want to ask the Grand Sheik a question, please. Grand Sheik, are we supposed to? Grand Sheik, are we supposed? Because like the real problem is he keeps talking colored, like, and I think it's because we allow him to talk colored is the reason why we can't.
I don't even care about black.
3 hours. See what I'm saying?
Probably.
You see them, like he's talking colored, like the way he talks, like making, like he thinks these places that he's saying exist. Like none of these places that he's saying exist. Like tribe, he keeps saying tribe, and we all know what tribe really means, and we're just gonna, like, are we allowing that? Like, how are we doing this? Are we gonna? Because like, is he being genuine? Like, because if he's being genuine, we can just give him the information. You know what I mean? But if he's like how are we doing him right now? Like, we could smash him, but like if he's trying to really learn, we can tell him. Because I don't know how long this is gonna go. Because Brother Sheldon already laid it out there. You gave him the books, he didn't read them. Okay, so let's do it.
He didn't write them down, nothing. But then
stop crying, man.
But then I told him, check Red Pill's video. I guess he didn't do that. I said, check Alim Bey, he didn't do that. So pretty much whatever we say, he just disagrees with. But then he's not going to verify the information.
I didn't disagree with everything. Some stuff I said, okay, I'll take into consideration.
Salam.
What are you talking about? Stop being emotional.
Consideration means to ponder the stars.
Islam.
You be emotional at all. I never get emotional.
Islam.
Stop being emotional. If I don't have to agree with everything or take what you're saying at face value.
That's the answer. That's the answer to everything. Not being emotional. Yeah, that's the answer.
Brother Salam.
What's going on?
I'm trying to give you. I'm not trying to force nothing down. I'm just trying to give you something. It's real short, because I think my connection is a little bit better now. 2016, Delaware Code, Title 29, State Government, Chapter 1, Judicial Sovereignty of Subsection 106, the Lenni Lenape Indian Tribe of Delaware Recognition. You can Google this. It's on Justia U.S. Law. You will see, point 1, The Lenape Indian tribe of Delaware, referred to as the tribe in the section, has an unbroken history of hundreds of years of settlement and continued residence in the vicinity of the town of Chesworth in Kent County. The point that I was trying to make to you on Mount that is point 3 and point 4 in that recognition document. You'll see the tribe can date their ancestral ties as far back as the early 1700s. Point 4 is why it only goes back to the 1700s, because Native Americans, quote unquote, didn't just spring up in the 1700s. The reason why it springs up in the annals that you may be researching at your leisure is point 4. The tribe was formerly known as the Moors, and for decades of the 20th century, state documents such as driver's licenses designated the tribe's race with an M, as in Moors.
Okay. They said they put it in the chat, so I'll check it out when I get to it, man. What do you want me to do? You act like I'm supposed to go order these books on Amazon and all this stuff right now. You guys are acting like
I didn't tell you to order everything.
We didn't say that. We just said write it down. If we're giving you all these books, write it down. You need to write
just let them talk. Just let them talk.
I'm giving you something.
I mean, last time I checked, I can always go back to the chat and pick up on whatever I want to pick up on. I mean,
because nothing he's saying
man.
is helping uplift fallen humanity. So go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah. So I keep getting thrown off because I'm talking with different people. So my whole thing is with nationality, right? Just I want to get back on nationality. So if this guy was getting irritated because I said tribes, so I guess he doesn't want tribes to exist, even though I've lived outside of America and they exist everywhere, and no one, everybody, in fact, everybody's pretty much tribal.
This is what I'm saying when you don't know what words mean. All right, let me ask you this question. What's the definition of tribe?
Whatever you want to call it.
Hold on. What's the definition of tribe? I don't want to know what you think it means. I want to know what it means in the dictionary. Now tell me.
So I can't get. We want to grab a dictionary for you, man. What do you want?
No, you said the word. You said the word as if you know what it means. If you don't know what it means, don't say the word.
I can say the word because that's what it's called. That's what people call it.
But you don't. No. You still ain't answer my question. What does it mean?
I don't care about a dictionary, dude.
Conversation over. This what I be talking about right here. Conversation over. How do we know?
Because you're playing semantic games.
How do we talk?
A tribe is a group of people that speak a same language, same culture, etc., so forth, man.
That's an opinion. That's not what it means.
Same genealogy. Have you lived outside of America? Have you lived outside of America?
That's an opinion.
Have you lived outside of America?
Tribe. That's not the
Have
definition.
you lived outside of America?
I live in my body.
Have you lived outside of the United States?
A green sheep again. Like I said, he keeps talking colored. This is Morocco.
Who have you lived outside the United States?
Islam, yes.
No, I'm talking to the guy that the other guy that asked me about the dictionary.
So how do we do this?
Have you lived outside the United States?
He don't care about dictionaries.
Okay, have you lived outside the United States? You're claiming to be an expert on tribes. Have you lived outside the United States?
You don't even know what those words mean.
Okay, but you're expert on tribes. Have you lived outside the United States?
You don't even know what
you haven't lived. You haven't even left the country. You don't have a passport. You're not even a real Moor.
You don't even know what the country is. You don't know.
You never left your jurisdiction.
Earlier,
you haven't gone on air. You haven't left. You haven't gone overseas on
airplane.
airplane.
Colored because you don't know what words mean. You don't know what words mean, Grand Sheik.
We got the mute.
Grand Sheik. He don't know what words mean.
In Welsh, the word signifies a dwelling, place, homestead, hamlet, or town, as does the Saxon thorp. The Saxon throf is a tent. Russian, derverny, an estate, a hamlet. From the sense of house, word comes signifying a family, a race of descendants from one progenitor, who originally settled round him and formed a village. First definition, a family, a race or series of generations descending from the same progenitor and kept distinct, as in the case of the 12 tribes of Israel, descended from the 12 sons of Jacob. 2, a division, a class a distinct portion of people from whatever cause that distinction may have originated. The city of Athens was divided into 10 tribes. Rome originally divided into 3 tribes. Afterward, people were distributed into 30 tribes and afterwards into 35. 3. A number of things having certain characteristics or resemblances in common, as a tribe of plants, a tribe of animals. Linnaeus, as in Carlos Linnaeus, distributed the vegetable kingdom into 3 tribes. These are, I'm not going to get into the Moorish Latin, this brother. By recent naturalists, tribe has been used for a division of animals or vegetables intermediate between order and genus. Cuvier divides the orders into families and his families into tribes, including under the latter one or more genera. Leach, in his arrangement of his insects, makes his tribes, on the contrary, the primary subdivisions of the orders and his families subordinate to them, and immediately including the genera. Tribes of plants and gardening are such as related to each other by some natural affinity or resemblance, as by their duration, their annual, biannual, and perennial tribes, by their roots, as their bulbs, tubers, and fibrous root tribes, by the loss of or retention of their leaves, as the deciduous and evergreen tribes, by their fruits and seeds, and leguminous, bacteriferous, coniferous, nucleaferous, and pomiferous tribes at all. 4. A division, a number considered collectively. 5. A nation of savages, a body of rude people united.
So you got about 5 definitions, right?
Or government, as the tribes.
How many definitions you got?
The Seneca tribe in America. 6. A number of persons or any character or profession.
Yeah, we get the point, man.
As the subscribing tribe. See, the reason why I continued reading over you as you rudely interrupted, which no one afforded to you, is for the simple reason that we like to get stuck in seeing 1 or 2 sentences or one word that kind of sort of makes the point and then drop everything else as if it isn't there. That's how they're able to hide things from you in your own, right in front of your own nose in books. Because you think, if I tell you that you come from a mother who is a queen and she was definitely nice, that I just paid you a compliment. Go figure out.
Yeah, what you did is you went through the whole dictionary, gave me 5 different definitions of tribes.
No, that's not 5 different definitions. That is the one definition for tribe, but they have 5 different connotations.
Connotations, yeah. One says savages, right?
But see, there's a difference.
One says savages, right?
Yes. Yes.
So there you go. So the European can call whatever definition they want to write in their books. They can make up whatever they want, right?
No. See, again,
like somebody
you think caveman wrote dictionaries. Cavemen didn't write dictionaries. That's
those
that.
English dictionaries came from Europeans.
Who is that? Who is that? No. Show me a caveman dictionary.
You're breaking up, Yusuf.
Go ahead.
Yusuf, you're breaking up.
Pull it up.
Yusuf, you're breaking up.
Show me a caveman dictionary.
Let's look. I mean, whatever you want to call the Europeans, if you want to call them cavemen or whatever. The reality is the Industrial Revolution started in England.
Show me their dictionary.
Okay.
No, that's Albion, and all their schools were built from Moors. That's known. That's known.
Industrial
Oxford
Revolution
University. The Moors built all those universities there. That's
okay,
known.
I'm gonna look into that. Okay, I'm gonna look into it. Okay.
Oh, okay. So then when we're saying, so back again to the definition, When I'm saying by definition, the Moors said tribe meant that. That's what the Moors said. No European. Caveman can't make dictionaries. The Moors are the art and cult of civilization. That's known. That's known. That's a fact. That's a fact. We came in with the knowledge, taught them Europeans. That the world knows that. Now you're saying European got dictionaries. How'd that happen? How you did that?
So you're saying that the
That's
English
fraud.
language is not European? It's
I'm
not their language?
It. Stanley Lane. Show me a caveman language.
You're breaking up, Yusuf. Yusuf, your connection is bad.
You're breaking up.
Yusuf, your connection is bad. You're breaking up.
I said, show me. All right, I got you.
You're calling them cavemen, and they haven't been
language. What caveman language? What's a caveman language?
You're calling them cavemen. You're calling them that. I don't call them the cavemen.
No, that's what's known.
You call them that.
No, that's what's known in history.
I don't know. Before Greece and
I didn't just make
Rome,
this up. I didn't make this
whatever
up.
they were doing before ancient Greece and Rome, I don't know what they're doing before that. But after that, I don't know about Europeans being cavemen. And cavemen is not even an insult, because many cultures lived in caves.
Yo, Neanderthal. Show me Neanderthal dictionary.
You know there's cave paintings in North Africa?
Show me Neanderthal dictionary.
They're not Neanderthals.
Oh, they're definitely Neanderthals. That's scientifically. You can YouTube the video right now, Grand Sheet.
That's like 3% though.
Scientists. No, they said it themselves that they're Neanderthals. The European.
That's not.
I don't know what you're saying, but they said themselves that they're Neanderthals. That's on the news, on TV. They said it. Scientists proved it. I've been showed that years ago.
Do you know what a Neanderthal is?
Show me its dictionary.
Do you know? See, because you try to challenge me. Do you know what a Neanderthal is?
Yo, you can't. You still ain't showing me the dictionary.
Do you know what a Neanderthal
answer
is?
A question with a question.
You're making like.
You know you're doing that, right? You're answering the question with a question.
You're not being honest.
They're not Europeans. You're Queen
whatever
Europa,
you want to call them, man. Pale skinned people from the Caucasus Mountains.
Show me their scholarship. Show me their scholarship. Show me their dictionaries.
In Europe?
Show me their dictionaries. The Moors did that.
Hold on.
The Moors did the Renaissance.
Hold on a second. See, Salam, you're doing it again, though, bro. You're doing it again.
Let me talk to one person at a time, because you guys it's like hot potato, like.
No, but the reason why is that you keep not even contradicting yourself, but you keep
the Middle Ages is not the Renaissance period. Two different periods.
No, Salam.
The Moors ruled during the Middle Ages. The Renaissance period is not Moors.
You keep, and you talk about emotion. You keep using one mentality to support your viewpoint, but then when somebody else uses it, you say that it's wrong. You can't do that. You can't do that. And by me saying that, then by me saying that, you're gonna say I'm being emotional. You can't do that, bro.
I said you got it. I said okay, I got you.
Right? It's like, I had this conversation months ago about this dude, and we presented information, and he said, oh, that's a European book. But then to support his argument, he goes and he talks about European scientists doing DNA. You can't have it both ways. And that's all I'm saying. So like, when you say, like, realize what you're saying and realize what you're asking, and then realize what you're accusing people of doing, because that's what you're doing. You can't have it both ways.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, right?
Yeah, that's how we say it in the Caribbean. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. So he's saying that because the thing about Europeans, or whatever you want to call these people, is that around the Renaissance period, around the 17th century, they started getting very into the whole racial stuff, and they started calling people savages and stuff like that. So that's why I was saying, like, their books and stuff like that, I can really care less in terms of like their definitions.
But this
in
is
some,
but
you got
where
to
did they
know
get
when
that
the,
term from? The term
huh?
savage came from somebody. The Moors invented that. Like, don't just think these Europeans had an opinion that calls them. No, we taught them that. By definition, when you see something like this, that means savage. And then now they're like, oh, using the term like your children. You teach your children the word means that, and that means that, and that means that. And then now you're saying, oh, well, they can control that. Like, no, that's their daddy taught them that. Their mother taught them that. Their teachers taught them that. They can't just start, oh, woo, that's savage. No, what? That don't happen like that. The Moors taught them that. They're using
But if we're
our
all Moors,
definitions
none of us are
and then
savages,
called
right?
you it. And then called you it. Black means pale. And then they called you pale. And you accept it. And then they like, what do you mean?
Just like they said, you're the slave when really they're the slave, because slave comes from Slav and Moors, that's Moorish. Slaves come from Slav. So anybody who's quote unquote black saying that they're a slave, they're a liar.
By definition.
Because by definition, a slave is somebody Slavic. And
Slovenian, Yugoslavian.
These people in America don't come from Slav lands. They don't. So they're not slaves. But again, you got about 20 book references. Hopefully you do some research, and if anything else comes up, just come back to the comments, bro. We'll see where you're at. But if you're at the place where you're talking about 1700s and Europeans were doing something and they had something, no, they didn't. 1700s, these people couldn't even put a boat in the water to go sailing anywhere because of the Moors ruling the planet. Because of the Moors ruling the planet, they couldn't put a boat in the water in the 1700s, much less enslave some Africans and bring them over here on a boat. It's not going like that.
So let me ask you before I go. So the European, he's just nothing. Like he has no accomplishments, huh?
What accomplishments does he have? Find me something that he did that didn't come from us.
The automobile, the airplane.
Just look up the black inventors. That's 98%. That's 98% of the things in the world we invented. That people say Europeans invented. These people didn't even want to give super soaker props. Try to put that on a European. When a brother made that, that's a brother's invention.
And there's info about Ford and stuff stealing the automobile idea from
the Patterson brothers.
Right. There's that information out there too. And if you're talking about flying instruments, then how come there's inscriptions and stuff on walls going back to 3000 BC of flying objects and stuff like that?
Exactly.
In Africa.
Exactly.
In stone. Flying stuff in stone. You tell me some Europeans did something?
Carved in the wall of the pyramids.
And then, like someone said to remind you in the chat, that the name Europe even comes from Moors.
Queen Europa.
Right, exactly.
So we did all that stuff. This is good, right? We did all this stuff, and I'm not disputing everything, but my thing is, if we're so great, then how are you a European that you guys call cavemen? How do you be subjugated to them for about 400 years now, 500 years?
By having our people in the same mindset that you got right now, that we've been on here for 4 hours. That's why. That's how.
Because it has nothing to do with whether I consider myself a Moor or not.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It has nothing to do with it.
It does.
That's everything with who you identify yourself as. Because if we identify ourselves, if people from Hindustan identify themselves by their ancestors, the Moorians, and we want to play like we're not Moors, then they're going to rule. If Europeans, who they don't even have a home, so they're going to say we're going to create lodges or whatever so we can go around the world and visit stuff and look like we're somebody. If they're going to do all that dressed up like Moors, not like Africans, not dressed up like Indians, not dressed up like the ancient Sumerian or the Phoenician or the whoever, dressed up like Moors. And they were dressed up like Moors. And we don't get what's going on, then we're tripping. We're the ones that are messed up because everybody else is down with this. And the only people who aren't down with it is people who look like Moors and claiming that they're everything else except that. We're gonna go to West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, all that. All the high priests there wear fezzes. All of them. And then anybody who sees somebody in a fez, they're looking at them as a prince or a king or something like that.
That happened to me.
These people know who the Moors are. And then everybody's debating us about what the Moors are when the world recognizes this. That's why we have Moors from around the world on here. This is not just some American Islam. This is not just some American Moorish perspective you're getting. You're getting the perspective of this from all around the world. And then people are going to look at, 5 against 1. You guys are beating up on the guy and it's just him. No, it ain't nothing to do with that. It's so you have different perspectives from all over the world. And if you're still in denial after 4 hours and all that, then there ain't nothing much that we could do for you. You're on your own after that. Because after this, we're going back to being Moors. We're not confused on when we get off this. We don't know what's going on when we get off this. We're confused after we get off this. After we got off this YouTube, we're back to going in the library. This is a 4-hour lunch.
So what do Moors do? Like, what is you guys' language? Like, I guess you guys have your own language or holidays, or what do you guys do?
Say that again?
What do Moors do? Like, you say you guys go back to being Moors. What do Moors do? Like, what's your holidays? What, like, you have your own language? What do you guys do?
We be ourselves.
Be ourselves.
Be ourselves.
I wanted to add on to what Cujo was saying, right? We're talking about Moors and stuff, right? When you go, do you know about the Moros in the Philippines?
Yeah, the Muslims in the Philippines, yeah.
They own the land there. You realize that, right? They have their own government and stuff, right?
Okay.
You know about obviously you know about the Maroons in Jamaica, right?
Correct.
Now, if they're slaves from Africa, how come they own the land and they have their own government there and they don't pay taxes and all that stuff?
The Maroons don't?
You didn't know that?
I gotta go check it out.
Okay, then. And that's what I'm saying. The last question that you asked Cujo, the last 2 questions, those answers were in the books that I gave you. That's why, like, it's frustrating for us is because we're saying, like, the books that I gave you have the answers. The books that I gave you have the answers, and you keep answering the questions. All the questions that you have, all that you asked, they're all in those books, bro. That's what I'm saying. Just go read the books. You'll get it. Matter of fact, you might even be able to get those books, go to the glossary section in the back and look up more and just take those more pages and read that, and you'll probably get the information as well.
So I'm trying to understand this.
But then you'll have to also know the ancient terms for Moors, which is Moabites and stuff like that, and Canaanites. And then from that, then that's when you go into pioneers of France, and you go into well, actually, then there's more. There's Moors in you get into Moors in Saga America. There's Moors, ancient and modern Britons. There's Moors and stuff like that, and Moabites and stuff in there as well. That's what I'm saying. All this information that you keep asking is in those books that I just gave you. Every single question that you ask is in those books.
And also recognize what it is that you had. If you're claiming that, you were here to learn something and all that stuff, so were a lot of other people. And majority of people, I know, if they're here where we're at, they have pen and paper, they're taking notes and stuff like that. If not, then they're gonna go look back at this and go get their, ducks in a row. So if it's really about that, you're gonna do that. But don't think that, you came on here and you know, our time's wasted or something like that because we're not doing anything anyways. We're being Moors. You just came on here because me and the Moor were building 4 hours ago and we said, well, might as well push the live button and see where this goes, which is why we're here.
So let me ask you, Cujo. So do you acknowledge like the national boundaries? Because from my understanding, I'm just going by what you guys say. So you guys saying all dark-skinned people are Moors.
Give me
So
an example. Give me an example of
you
a
guys
national.
acknowledge?
Give me an
Do you
example.
guys acknowledge national boundaries, like for example, Nigeria, Cameroon, Mali, all that stuff? Do you guys acknowledge that, or you guys say that doesn't exist?
Yeah, well, you can if you look up the Berlin Conference, they'll tell you that that's where all those boundaries came up from. So no, we don't ride with that because that's colonialism. Just like New York, California, Canada, and all
Political zone.
all that is colonization. That's not real boundary lines. That's not real national boundary lines.
So if the Africans themselves say, you know, they did their own thing and decided to draw their own boundaries, would you respect them as a nation then?
No, they have that already. They go by their ancient boundaries. They don't go by what the Europeans said. It's only people over here who go by what the Europeans said.
So you respect the ancient boundaries that the Africans have set for themselves in nationality.
Those same people that you call Africans are Moors. Yes.
Moors.
Because Moors were the ones with the maps that would have said where whatever is. Nobody else had maps. Any maps the Europeans has, they got it from the Moors. Any stuff the Moors got, they got it from the ancient Egyptians.
So the Moors that are on the African continent, how do you reconcile them being the same nation but yet drawing up national boundaries?
No, you're mistaken our people being who they are as not being Moors because they didn't say so. If they're dark skinned, they're Moors. They might be Nigerian Moors, Ghanaian Moors. We just had a Moor from Abyssinia that was on here. He was an Abyssinian Moor. He knew about his nationality and birthrights, where he came from, and he knew that he was an Ethiopian. That sounds like a Moor to me, if it doesn't sound like anybody else. Because he knew that he was a Moor, and he knew his ancient land. Just like us over here. We know that we're a Moor, and we know that this is not United States and Canada. This is Morocco. The ancient
Morocco. And Maghreb al.
That's what we're going to go with. Whatever everybody else wants to go with, then you know they can go whatever they want. But we're not looking at that as a reality because it's not.
And what just to add on to what Cujo was saying, what's crazy about it as well is that when you go into like George Washington and pioneers of France and all that stuff, when they're talking about the land, they're talking about the landmass. They're not talking about the U.S. When these colonists talking about they traveled up and down the eastern seaboard, and they're talking about the continent, not the continental U.S. because that boundary wasn't there before.
Exactly.
So that's another mentality.
Just to get clarity, because I'm trying to understand. Because to be honest with you, I agree with the whole premise of national, being nationals or whatever. But I'm trying to understand. Okay, you're saying, hey, we're all Moors, so on and so forth, right? We're all Moors, and we are supposed to proclaim that nationality of being Moors. We're all Moors. So
no, you're mistaken. It's not. Moors in America. Moors in America are claiming a Moorish nationality. Everybody else already knows about nationality.
Okay.
Everybody else knows about nationality, including Europeans. The only people who don't know about nationality are the Negro, black, colored people above Mexico who don't want to have a nationality. And as soon as we bring up nationality, they're looking at us and want to debate us and want to talk for 4 hours about stuff that the world already agreed to.
It's like tribalism.
Okay. I got a little bit more understanding. All right, so you're saying, okay, so pretty much us here in the North America.
You're looking at it like tribalism.
Huh? I don't know what the guys just said.
He said you're looking at it for like it's tribalism.
I'm looking at it like it's tribalism. Well, he's just what Cujo's
I
just
was
saying.
just
He's
saying
saying
they
he's
look at
only
it like
dealing with.
tribalism instead of nationalism, imperialism, and
Right.
empire.
It's large, man.
So we're here in the Western Hemisphere. We're American Moors,
Yeah,
and we pretty much the Moors on the other side of the Eastern Hemisphere. They're Moors too, but we're not into what they're doing. Basically, is that what you're saying, Cujo?
I wouldn't say not into because you know what I mean. Like I'll eat some fufu or whatever. It's not like
No, I
we're
mean it from a political stance, or like nationality stance. You're not really trying to get them to become nationalized because you see them as already having a nationality, correct?
yeah, they already know what's up. They don't have to proclaim anything. They already know about nationality. They tell us that they know. That's how we know they know.
Okay.
We're not
And
assuming
so,
that they don't know what we're talking about. We know they know what we're talking about. Our problem is our people don't know what we're talking about. And every time we talk, they want to debate us. But they're never going to go debate a Nigerian about nationality. They'll just accept it. They'll never go debate a Chinese about nationality. They'll accept it. They'll never go debate Eritrean. They'll never go debate a German. They'll never go debate anybody who, as soon as more start talking about nationality, oh, now we're trying to convert people. We're trying to do this. We're trying to do that. The Moors are this and that. What do you mean? All we're saying is nationality, just like every other civilized being on the planet.
well, people are saying it because it's not really you guys are like less than 1% of the population.
How
So
we
it's like when some like a minority saying, "Hey, you guys are this," people are gonna be like, you're not in the majority.
Okay,
no,
but
how are we less than 1% if we're all Moors?
I'm talking about people that are calling themselves Moors, not actual people. I
No.
don't know if you know.
That's the problem. Regardless of whether some people call themselves Asian or not, there's none of them that say that they're yellow and are confused as to what part of Asia they're from. None of them. Everybody in Asia knows what part of Asia they're from, with no debating. There's no questions whatsoever. As soon as we start talking about it, now there's all these questions and everybody wants to talk for 4 hours about who the Moors are. But they never ever did that when somebody said they're African. When Jesse Jackson said, "You're African American," and everybody went with it, nobody challenged him. Nobody even made a whimper and say, "Well, no, I don't think that's me," or whatever. Everybody went with it. They say you're a slave from Africa, or everybody went with it. They say you're black, everybody went with it. They say you're colored people of color. They say you're LBTQRS, whatever. Everybody went with it. Nobody challenged anything. Nobody challenged anything.
I agree with you on that
More
one.
talk about identity, do people step up and start challenging stuff? People they have people dressed like Power Rangers say that they're something. Nobody challenges it. They let them be that. As soon as more start talking, somebody's debating, which we get it. You know what I mean? Because that's colonization talking.
Mm-hmm.
That's people who don't know their self talking. So, like we said from the beginning, well, let them talk. Ain't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all making a fool out of me. I'll tell you that. And no
So
other
you guys,
war
so
there. They made a fool out of them.
just to add on to what Cujo was saying, okay, you asked the question. You said, well, it's only 1% of us or whatever that are.
Yeah, that's crazy. 1%.
Now, when did you? Let me ask you a question. When did you hear about Noble Drew Ali, or do you know about? Obviously, you know about Noble Drew Ali if you know about Moor, right?
I heard about Noble Drew Ali probably like 10 years ago.
Okay, just so you just popped in 10 years ago, but prior to that, you knew about Martin Luther King, right?
Yeah, of course.
You knew about El Haj Malik, El Shabazz, right?
Right, Malcolm X, yeah.
Okay, you knew about all these other so-called black leaders, right?
Correct.
So then how come only you heard about Noble Drew Ali only 10 years ago, but all those others, that's a question that's like a rhetorical question to think about. Why is it that Noble Drew Ali was hidden for so many years?
Well, I mean, that's a good point, but he's not the only one. I guess because he's kind of in a different category.
but that's
he's not like
that's not
I mean,
necessarily.
I didn't hear about Marcus Garvey until like 2000. You know, I'm not gonna give away my age, but I didn't hear about him until I became an adult. So
Right.
Marcus Garvey, even a lot of people don't know about Elijah Muhammad. Some people are not really mainstream. Even Malcolm X, they didn't really want to make him mainstream. So
No, but I'm not talking about that. But I'm just saying, like you, and this is a rhetorical question. This is not really. But the thing is, Noble Drew Ali is probably the last person that you heard about, right? I would assume.
probably.
And that there's a reason for that. Not on your part, but I'm saying in the general scheme of things, there's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying? The educational system. What I'm saying is the educational system or the media or whatever push a certain narrative to keep you away from another one. That's all I'm saying. So there's a reason why. So the same way how you're saying, you know, you think that there's only 1% or whatever is the same reason why you only heard about Drew Ali 10 years ago. About 10 years ago. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think some people what they represent is more or less mainstream. So, like for example, nobody knows about Clarence 13X, you know, because it's just the way it is. The way what they represent is not part of the mainstream so-called black consciousness. It's more easier to have a Pan-African agenda than like the other ones are kind of seen as like what do you call it? Like, what do you call it? I can't think of a word, but
no, but I know
fringe.
Yeah, fringe groups. To look at it as fringe groups. So
yeah, I know what you mean. That's what's pushed. But to Cujo's point, when he was talking about wearing your fez and being treated like a prince, he was talking about me because I was in Ghana. I'm always in habit, right? I was in Ghana, and I walked into a restaurant, and they said, "Welcome, Your Highness," to me. And I didn't know what they were saying because the taxi driver that was driving me around, he spoke Ga. He spoke the language, and it's only when we left the restaurant he told me. Everywhere that I was going, I was getting mad respect for wearing my fez in Ghana.
Were they being serious or were they being funny?
They weren't being funny. They were being serious. That's the whole thing. Like he's telling me because I'm not here. I'm just walking. And when he told me the cab driver was the one just driving me around everywhere because I went to Ghana to visit my cousin. He was doing his PhD there. And and he was there for 9 months. So there's one driver that he used to use to travel everywhere. And so when I went there, then I stayed with that driver in his house, and I met his family and everything. And he used to take me everywhere. And so we went to restaurants, and I'm on the street, and everybody's giving me all this props. I went to a mosque there; they were giving me props for wearing the fez. That's just the way it is everywhere I went. And I did a video, and there's a video that I put on Canaanland Moors. If you check it out, Moors in Ghana, and you see me there with Muhammad, and he's breaking down, and I have it subtitled because his accent is hard, and you could read everything that he's saying.
Islam.
That's interesting.
I go to when I travel to, just to add, when I travel to Vietnam, I travel through Turkey, and people are coming up to me wanting to take pictures in Turkey. And I'm not talking about Europeans, I'm talking about Turkish people stopping me saying, Ottoman, very nice, very good, Ottoman, and wanting to take pictures of me. When I've been, like, because I travel everywhere. I've been to, when I went to, Vietnam, I was there like pretty much 3 times a year. I went to the Saigon Museum. In there, they have pictures of the god of the earth. I think it's god of the earth and the different gods, and they all have fezes on. There's a picture of a dignitary that I took a picture in front of, who has a fez on, and he's a dignitary that he goes to the south to conduct business for the government. He has a fez on, and that's in Vietnam. Like, this is what I'm saying.
So let me ask you, being that you were in Ghana, did you go to the slave castles?
Yeah, I did. I went to Elmina. Yes, I did.
Elmina. So what's your conclusion on that? On the slave?
What's the slave castle called again?
El Mina.
Huh? Say that again.
El Mina.
Yeah.
I went and I did a video on that too. Matter of fact, there was an extended video because I was filming everything that the guy was saying, and he was breaking it down. Now, what's interesting about it is he was saying that it was built by the, if I remember correctly, the Dutch. If I remember correctly, I think it's the Dutch.
I thought it was the Portuguese.
No. It wasn't the Portuguese. It was. If I remember correct, I think it was the Dutch or something. It wasn't the Portuguese. I remember it was a more of a, because Portuguese, I consider them kind of more mixed. It was more of a European. That's the way I looked at it. Because I remember when I heard
Okay, more Northern European.
Yeah, more Northern European, if I remember correctly, and I think it was the Dutch. And they were just telling the stories about how they were there, and once there's a point of no return, and then after that they got on the boats, and so on and so forth. And then they're saying how it took 6 weeks. They were saying it took 6 weeks to get to South America. And when they said that, I'm like, nah, that's not true. And so, I was listening and so on and so forth. So anyways, after that, I remember coming outside and talking to the locals that were there. Matter of fact, and one of the locals I'm still in contact with today. And, we just started talking or whatever. And I was telling him what they were saying inside. And even he was saying, yo, that's BS. It did not take 6 weeks. It took at least 3 months to get there. And then some of the information that I was relaying what they said, he said, like, well, that's BS, and that wasn't true, and so on and so forth. And they were saying that these Europeans obviously got help. They got help from the locals to do whatever they were doing. They weren't just doing it. They didn't strong arm people. They got help from the locals. So there was a lot of internal conflict within that region. That's why all of that stuff happened. Same internal conflict going on today. Right. And that's another thing that I a while back you were talking about. You mentioned something related to this and so on and so forth. And that's why I said it's in the books. When you go back to the Time Walker that I told you about, it breaks down how, you alluded to, well, how did the Europeans, if they're cavemen or whatever, how did they do all of this stuff to us? And the colonization, it's all about internal fighting with us, and then them coming in, them being used as a part of the conflict to strengthen a side, and then they just come over and they take over. Like it was internal fighting that made us fall. That's what it was. And it explains that in the Time Walker. That's written, and the Time Walker is written by a so-called Native American. His name is Meredith Quinn.
Which is why we talk nationality, because that is going to bring the unity and take away all these different sides. I don't care what religion you want to follow. Just put more on whatever you're claiming you are. You're Rasta, say you're Moorish. You're NOI, say you're Moorish. You're Hebrew, say you're Moorish. You're Kemetic, say you're Moorish. You're Black Power, say you're Blackamoor Power. But if they don't want to deal with nationality, then we won't have unity. There's only going to be unity amongst the Moors, which, as you say, is the 1%.
And another thing to think about now, if the Americas were known as Morocco, the farthest west, and it was part of the Moorish Empire, right? All these so-called tribes that you're talking about, the Choctaw, they still had their names, but they're all Moors, so they're Choctaw Moors. You understand?
And then we have unity.
So it's not like you're losing your identity or whatever. You get what I'm saying, Salam?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. Who am I talking to? This Ibra?
No, this is Sheldon.
Sheldon, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So I'm actually from North America, but I domicile at Germany. That's how I could get to Ghana in 7 hours, and I travel, well, not now anymore, but I was traveling for my work. I was in Vietnam 3 times a year. I've been to Korea. I've been to China. I've been to Taiwan. I've been to Cambodia. Like everywhere.
Right, and then you're not gonna.
I've been to New Zealand. Even in New Zealand, this is another thing that tripped me out. The Maori people. The Maori people own the land in New Zealand. There you have it again. And in their language, the name Maori, M-A-U-R-I, means life force. Like, and that's older than any type of English language and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So I've been to
I know about them.
Right. I've been to Australia as well. So the same Aborigines people that you were talking about, I've seen them. And with all due respect, some of them really look like aliens. Like they don't look like they're from this planet. Some of them don't look like they're from this planet, but they're really beaten down. Like you could see they're totally broken people. It's really, really, really sad. And I saw them in Alice Springs when I went to Alice Springs.
I got you.
Brother Salam.
Yeah.
Look, I kind of want to make a peace offering. I don't want to leave us on negative or any type of hostility, nothing like that. The reason why Brother Sheldon has brought up all those jewels of books and why we take it so serious, just in one, Ancient and Modern Britons, Volume 1, by David McRitchie. It's published in 1884. Not 1984, 1884. I'm just going to give you one sentence. All right. And this is because I feel bad. I want to make sure that we leave here that you understand that there's no animosity between us. The Celts then formed one division of pure whites, the Moors or Picts. Mm-hmm. So Moors or the Picts. So that's telling you right there a little clue that, hey, in ancient and modern Britain times, at least from 1884, Picts, another term for Picts would be Moors. Of pure blacks, so the whole sentence, the Celts then formed one division of pure whites, the Moors or Picts of the pure blacks, and both were living side by side in Britain when the Romans came. This is from 1884. He's talking about ancient and modern Britons.
Volume 1 and 2. That's what I mentioned before.
He's talking about the Celts. He's talking about Moors and Picts. He goes further in this, but they fought together against the Roman invasion. Now, here's the kicker. If you only took that one sentence right now from the perspective that you're coming from, you think it's a racial war. Whites against blacks, and there were some whites that worked with so-called blacks. But when you get deeper into your studies, you'll find out where Rome came from, mm-hmm. and who the original Romans were. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Rascals.
Okay, so I don't want to come at any deeper than that, because if I do, I might sound preachy or something to that effect, and I'm really not trying to turn you off at all. And I hope that you see that this comes from my heart. Peace.
Islam.
And
Islam.
I just wanted to add, sorry, one more thing, because
any closing remarks, we could get those on.
All right.
Including Brother Salam, if he has any closing.
Yeah, so those were two of the books that I mentioned in the beginning too. But then to add to what Brother is saying, you can add another book to that, which is To Hell or Barbados, and that deals with the War of England in 1642. Won't go into that, but if you read that book and then Ancient and Modern Britons and those books there, talks about how the Phoenicians went up into England and colonized the UK in what was it, 900 and something BC. So they were up there first, And then now it ties into the Celts and all that. And then to hell or Barbados is the War of England, sending all those people, the ethnic cleansing of Ireland and stuff to Barbados in the Caribbean to work on
Via the transportation acts to plantations to
to the plantations and all that.
Plantations of sugarcane, coffee, and other
grow
in North Africa, now called Europe.
Right. There you go. So all of that ties into, and this is why, like I was mentioning, all these different books, because it ties a lot of stuff together. It's not just, you know what I'm saying?
Islam, that's Islam, Brother Sheldon, and that's why I didn't butt in saying that, Phoenicians isn't really a people. Those are Carthaginians. Phoenician was a profession, as in hooked on phonics, cool creed. Yeah, that's why they were called Phoenicians. And in court, they hold a position called the jury, not the jury, meaning a Jew. And I'm not talking about the modern day Yiddish people. I'm talking about the Ibrians.
Ibrians, yep.
Yes, those that crossed over, who spoke what they now call Hebrew.
Right. And they were a mixture of Moabites and Canaanites. Right. And so all of that to say, closing out, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I gave you all those, all those books in the beginning and stuff like that. But all that to say, this was peace. There was no animosity. Like, I never have animosity when I talk about any of this stuff, because it's just stuff that I learned through the years. And I keep close to chest. So there's never been any type of animosity or whatever. For me, the frustrating part is people wanting their cake and having it too. So you can't, if you use something to qualify your statements, and you can't ask somebody not to use that same mentality to qualify theirs, because then you're being disingenuous. And all of that said, this was long, but it was dope. I love being on here with all these Moors and sharing all this information. It was great.
Likewise.
Islam to all the Moors in the chat. Islam, Cujo.
Islam.
Sheldon.
Honest to the Prophet. Honest to the Grand Sheikh.
Yeah.
Supreme honest.
Everybody be safe out there.
Islam.
Peace, Moors. Peace, Moors. Moors.
Islam to all the Moors. Honest to the chat.
Islam, Cujo. Peace and love.
And again, it's always good. It's always good, like Brother Sheldon was saying, to be on here with all these Moors and the Moors in the chat and everybody else, to show that we're not by ourselves in this. We're not by ourselves.
Nationhood.
I know.
Nationhood.
Brother Aljamir, I know you got on there. I don't know if you got to get anything out, but if you want to throw out something, feel free to get that out right now.
Nah, it was just it's always interesting to just hear another soul, just how would Noble Drew Ali phrase it? Another because we was chosen to wake up fallen humanity. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's always interesting to hear another fallen humanity. It's like dang, another one.
Yeah.
That's all.
Straight up.
Good job thing. As always, sources, sites. I don't know what else more he needed. What Drew Ali say? What do you want me to do? Kill you?
What more do you want?
Like, what else more do he need? Like, what else? That's why, like the brother Yusef was saying, I always have that in the back of my mind, always trying to analyze Moor's good nature. Rather, are they coming with full, pure clearness, wanting to get to know something, or are they agents of disinformation and misinformation, and it cause misstrife for whatever, etc. Sometimes they may fit in between, but a Moor is a Moor, so a Moor always gonna keep his sword regardless,
right?
For whatever journey, whether he needs it or not, rather it's for whatever. we always gonna be on point, regardless. You know, so
Point
I
like a
did y'all thing
Trinidad.
as always.
Islam.
As always, another episode.
Yeah, yeah. Brother
Another
Albert said,
episode.
you got anything to close out over there?
Islam.
Islam, boy.
Islam. Yeah, I got something close now right now. I've been listening to the all kind of convo, and first it was like interesting, but it was like someone's brain was already dirty, brain dirty, so he need a serious brainwash.
Yeah.
A lot.
Straight up.
A whole lot.
Islam.
Love.
A whole lot, yeah, brother.
Peace and love to all of you in the chat.
Peace and love.
Peace and love to all the Moors. Honors to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Honors to the Prophet.
And of course,
honors to the Prophet.
Honors to all the mothers out there.
Special honors.
Yes, we appreciate you the most. Honors to all the mothers. Islam.
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 Peace and love, yo.
Love.
Peace and love.
Peace.